Hello, hello, hello. What it do? Happy Monday, y'all. Ho, ho. There's my Apple Pencil. What's going on, y'all? Chat, tap the screen. It looks like you TikTok's doing a little better today. I can see the likes. I can see the viewers. What's up, Sparrows? What's up, Sarah? What's up, Graffiti? What up, Fluff? What's not working? Oh, damn. 0 views. What's up, Emmy? Do we get a lot of snow? Yeah, we got a few inches. We're all snowed in over here. No one is going anywhere. What up, dudes? What's up, y'all? Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. We are doing debates, friendly debates. Debates. So it's pretty bad up there. Yeah. Snowed in at Little Rock. Woof. Hello from Minnesota. Y'all freaking oh, snow makes me laugh. Sorry. Yeah. No one can drive. No one, and also it's just different here. I think like when snow hits, it's not just like that nice fluffy snow. It's just like ice. What's up, Tintins? I slid down my driveway. But yeah, nobody has chains in their tires or anything here. Nobody's used to that because we only do this like a couple weeks every few years. North Mississippi out of power, damn. What's there to debate? You'd be surprised, right? You'd be surprised. I've been a keyboard warrior on Facebook these last 2 days, dude. It's been wild. Pickles, you're soft. Zachary, that's not how you spell your. Another redundant topic that's dime a dozen. But still, the Trump file is worth unaliving citizens to hide cannibalism. Who knows? And Rubbermaid totes? That's kind of tight. Sounds dangerous. Sounds very Texan. How do I hop in the box? There's a button right here, I think. It looks like 2 people. We have an education problem in our country. It's true. It's true, and I think Republicans like it that way. I think Republicans I mean, obviously, after dissolving the DOE, they want more women pregnant. I believe we got that from somebody, one of the authors of Project 2025. Christian nationalist lady said it. Hello, Dolphin. Hello, Quarter. I would vote Bush again at this point, just saying. I don't trust anybody that fell in line. Like, it was so easy for Trump to get all of the people in Republican Party to fall in line. I wouldn't vote any Republican ever, ever, ever. Another governor shut down by Democrats. They don't give up on shutting down the government. Yeah, we like safety, I guess. You guys are welcome to go do your anti-science tough guy thing. I was just talking to someone earlier today on Facebook about like it still gets me that they just forgot about COVID and they deny all of like the outcomes. Like it turns out the left was right to follow the science. The vaccines were okay. They saved lives. 15% more Republicans died because they were fucking plugging anti-parasitic medication for a virus. I don't I don't know what else to tell y'all. You don't want to look back and look at that, how they tricked all of y'all into being up in arms about being told to stand aside because you were just killing people for going to the store because you wanted to work and pretend like things weren't happening. I'm not MAGA, but I don't see the request button. I will invite you guys. If you're MAGA, type MAGA in the chat and I'll invite you. One of the best presidents we've ever had. Nazis said that about Hitler, and it doesn't shock me that y'all are just that delusional. Press button's gone. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I was. I'm not really anymore. The reason why I voted for him the first time is just because I think that the biggest issue with our country really is just our government in general and the corruption and the fraud. And, over the last 6 months, I've kind of seen that it's not just the left, which is what I thought it was. And I thought that Trump would kind of come out and release these files that he promised and do all these things that he said he would do, and he didn't, which I'm very disappointed in. But my problem is that, we're paying almost 50% taxes, even if we're not in the top 1%, and it really doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. And all this money is just going to things that doesn't benefit us anyways. And so
I think that's a
it's
broad
tough.
statement. I don't think that's true. Uh, like when the biggest thing I hear about Republicans complain about is like, oh, we're giving people food stamps, we're helping people in need. And if you look at it, it's like 1.6% of our federal budget, and it's the
Yeah. Yep.
only thing they know to cry about. Meanwhile, Republicans just fucking spend tons on
100% agree.
the military.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yep.
Trump Dome, Trump before that, 2.2 trillion injected to the military. Like it, if you just look at the the economics behind the
Oh,
Democrats,
yeah.
like
Yep.
every time we do better, every time we spend less, we bring in more. Every time there's literally not a single reason Republicans exist today. In my opinion, we need different parties. Republicans have no business telling us how to do anything.
What I find interesting is the biggest argument when it comes to the economy, especially like let's say California, for example. People love to bring up how California is the biggest economy in the country when it comes to the states.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to live in California. I lived in Texas. I live in Arizona right now. Um, but the thing is, with the economy being so good in California, it's the 1% of people that are making the most, and then everybody else is struggling. And so when you see the numbers overall, on average, people in California make more because the richest people make far more than the richest people make in states like Florida,
That's why we need to
Tennessee.
tax the rich and make
Right,
it
but
to
that
where we don't have people that get that rich.
oh, I don't disagree. My problem is that the Democrat Party says that that's what they're going to do, but then they leave in all of these laws that allow for the richest of the rich to not have to pay taxes through untaxable income
We are
or
trying to
through
stop that. We ran on stopping that last time. And the last time we were in office, Biden put 15% minimum tax on corporations making 400K or more. Like we always do. I don't.
but it does here's the problem is that both the Democrat and Republicans, when they're running for office, the only way that they get um, the media or the attention and able to get those votes is because they're lobbying from these billionaire corporations. So if these billionaire corporations are lobbying to both, let's say, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, just for example,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter which one gets in because both of
It
them are going
it
to
does
create.
because one is Trump, who will literally do anything to make money and literally
That's all of
like
them.
invade countries to make money.
I
Kamala
disagree
wouldn't
with
do
that too.
that.
Yeah.
Kamala wouldn't fucking do that. Like she might take a deal that would, I don't know, make one company that makes like formula for babies rich or something. Like I could see her doing that, but I don't see her fucking like fueling the military industrial complex, nuking or bombing countries and stuff.
Yeah.
No, it's not the same.
I'm not bringing that up. What I'm saying is, if we want to take, like, they work together when it comes to pretty much anything that major happens. So, like, for example, if we want to get into the immigration problem that we have and the war problems that we have, the Republican Party, who's funded a lot by NRA or military development companies, they'll fund those kind of things. So when they get voted in, they'll send, I don't know, $5 trillion to Israel or wherever just for them to buy it from America. But it's our tax money that's going to it. So then we attack the Middle East. Let's say we go to Iran, bomb them, disperses a bunch of people. And then when the Democrat Party gets into power, they let all of those people come into America. And so what's happening is we're both going in and destroying other countries for no reasons, really, and then we're letting them all come into here. And I mean, I hate to say
That
it, it's not
happened with
ruining our.
Afghanistan, but I don't know how often we do that. Like if we do fuck up countries and then yes, they have to come here like Venezuela, but also like you're saying that's a bad thing. Like
Which part?
there's no like there's no actual issues with us bringing people in. There was a bad egg. There was somebody who got through who wanted who did political violence. Uh
Bringing
but
people in versus letting it in anyone is very different, and it's very
nobody's letting
dangerous.
anyone in. Nobody's doing that.
Well, under Biden, we had
That's not what
5,000
happened
people.
though.
What do you mean it's not happening? That's not even. That's
Yeah. So Biden actually was more stringent than Trump at the border. Did you know that?
in letting in. Okay, that's just not true.
I know that you've probably heard a million people say the opposite, and you've probably never looked at the numbers, have you?
Oh, I've looked at all of the numbers.
Have you? What
Yes.
was what was the biggest takeaway?
Of which part?
The
Like how
numbers
many?
that you saw.
So under Biden, we were letting in 5,000 undocumented per day on average, and then under
What does
Trump
that
has been
mean? What does that mean? Like
it means
were
people
they
are entering.
checked?
No, they weren't checked.
Yes,
They
they
were
were.
entering. What do
100%
you
were.
mean? How were they checked?
Dog, the same way Trump checks them, some way everybody's checked them since the beginning of time. Since
Then
the
how were
first 3
they
years of Trump had the exact same border laws as Biden.
right? But they actually implemented them. When Biden got in, he removed 50, um, what was it called? Executive orders that Trump had placed
I've
on the
heard that's
border
a talking point.
situation.
Can you name one? I've heard that a
I
thousand
mean,
times. Can you name it one of the things that he did?
yeah, let me see.
So you don't know.
I mean, I don't have them on my, like, in
But
front of
you've
me.
never been told or wondered what those executive orders were, though, right?
I mean, I've looked at them in the past. I can't name them verbatim while on the phone with you right now, so I'm gonna
All
do a
right.
quick
So
search for them.
I'll give you the answer. One of them was remain in Mexico. and remain in Mexico only affected 70,000 people. So if you would have kept that up and we got another 70,000 people stopped sick, that would have done nothing. But it created these huge tent cities outside the wall that people were just getting raped and murdered and sex trafficked. There was like 70,000 people outside of the wall, and 5,000 of them were victims of that. That is insane. So yeah, it's in our best interest to just let them in and have a work permit and have them report to court. There's no reason to make them sit outside in the heat during COVID.
Right. So you're saying it's bad that there's camps outside of our country for people who are trying to enter here without correct documentation. You think
You
that's a
think it's
bad
shit?
thing?
You think they all have no correct documentation or something?
What is correct documentation? Like in order to just come here and visit, or are you saying to come and dwell here?
All right,
Because
so
dwelling in America.
this is the trick that they played on y'all. When they showed you all those videos of those people coming through and being escorted by ICE or by CBP or being bused to certain cities, 100% of those people were legally present. 100 of them, 100%. That they were asylees.
Okay. From where?
Venezuela, because Trump put Venezuela on the temporary protective status list of countries that can just come to our door. He put them on that list 4 hours before he left office. 4. So they
So
came a running.
so he let them all in, and then when Biden got into office, so you're telling me that it was Trump who was the reason why all of these people had asylum access to our country.
Is why Venezuela did. Is because he
Okay.
wanted to disrupt Venezuela. He also tried to do a coup on Venezuela and failed. He also stopped trading oil with them and watched their economy tank. And it
Mm-hmm.
caused a lot of people from Venezuela to flee. And when Kamala came into office, she was tasked with the opposite. Instead of disrupting countries, she went and like got private companies to invest in some of the countries that were flooding to our border, so that those people would stay. And that was way more effective than doing what Trump did.
So Biden came in and he invested into places like Venezuela because, from my point of view,
He didn't send them money.
okay, you just said he invested in them.
No, she got private companies, non-tax dollars, free money.
Who's she? Kamala
Kamala.
did?
Hmm.
When?
In 2021, 2022.
When she was the vice president?
Hmm.
How does she have the ability to do that?
She's a diplomat. When you're vice president, she met with over 150 world leaders when she was vice president.
Okay. So, what would you say is the best accomplishment that the Biden Harris administration did?
So many things. They're probably the most productive presidency in recent history. Um, One of the biggest things was for the veterans, the PACT Act. It was the largest veteran healthcare bill in decades. It
Hmm.
funded veterans who were affected by toxic burn pits.
Yes.
Uh,
And
uh,
I think that's a great thing they did on that.
yeah, and we had to call Republicans out on TV and on the
Yep.
front steps of the yeah, to get them to do it because they were being bitches. They didn't want to have Biden to have a win. Another thing was the infrastructure deal. Trump promised he would do infrastructure his first term, never did it.
Hmm.
Biden did it. Got a huge infrastructure thing. In the first year, there was like 60,000 projects. It created tons of jobs, tons.
Again, I think that's another great thing.
Okay,
But you've named two things that don't have any effect on you or me.
okay. The infrastructure absolutely does have an effect on us. Like removing all of the lead pipes out of America so that people aren't drinking lead, so they don't vote Republican. Uh, Also rolling out fucking uh, uh, broadband cable internet to rural cities so Republicans can stop being in such a like bubble and being indoctrinated. I don't know. I think these are
But
all good things.
again, like I'm still trying to see how those are points for me to like vote that way, because the
So
pipes, I have no issue getting clean water. I'm not a veteran. I do have family members who are veterans, and I think that was a great thing that they did for the veterans. I think the infrastructure bill was a good thing. I think that it benefits for the most part, is the companies that are, constructions and HVAC and all the companies that are going to be government
It
funded
benefits the
to.
economy as a whole. So when inflation was hurting us, supply chains were hurt, and everything was expensive, or the economy was just at a lull. That's what saved us. So while you might not be able to see a direct like effects to you, he didn't like send you $1 million to put in your pocket. It was for the country. We live in a society, so that's
Yes, no,
that's
I
why it was
understand.
good.
But there was not the only thing that occurred during their 4 years when I was living as an American citizen is I'm not a homeowner's. Homes doubled in prices. Everything went up in prices. If you want to talk about
You
like
can blame
even
Trump for
our,
that.
you can blame Trump for that. So
Hmm.
from 2020, when inflation was 3.4% when he left office, and then it got to over 9%, that's
Hmm.
Trump's fault.
Some of it was Trump pressured the Fed just like he's doing now. He pressured the Fed to keep their rates really low. So when inflation hit, it fucking skyrocketed. He also printed, I think it was 5 trillion M2 during his presidency. Biden only printed like 1.5. He also spent $8.4 trillion during his presidency. Biden spent four. And like it just goes on and on. Trump just lied to all of y'all. Biden out drilled Trump in gas. Biden got inflation from 9 to 3. If the things he did was bad, then how did it go down?
Because the inflation rate just means the rate of change of price. So when the rate of change is 9%, that means that something that was cost you $100 before now costs you 109. So him bringing down the inflation rate from 9% to 3% just means that the increase of cost of goods has gone down. It doesn't mean
Correct.
that the costs are going down, but
Somewhat,
but
yeah, sure.
yeah, so
But
inflation
again,
rates,
that was
ideal
good.
inflation rates is below 2%. So still being above
It's
3
between
is not good.
1.5 and 3. Uh,
Yeah.
and we were there. We were like 3.2. We had the best recovery in the whole world. There
Well,
were
because the
people with like
world, the
30%.
world's, yeah, no, I agree. Like, I think that, I mean, the world's entire economy basically just piggybacks off of ours, anyways.
They saw
Every
inflation
president has
earlier.
said that.
They saw inflation worse. Wasn't us.
Who saw inflation worse? The Europe, you mean?
Everyone,
Yeah.
literally everyone. Here's a map. Uh, like Biden,
But what
the
I'm saying
whole
is that
world envied our economy when
their
Biden was running it.
inflation didn't start going down until ours did. Once
They
our economy started to settle down, everybody else's did.
No, dude. When people die and whole entire countries didn't have the vaccine, people just can't come to work. So when you think you can get your car part that's made in Germany and the people in Germany are just fucking dead, that doubles the price of that car part. That's what happened. It wasn't Biden.
But that doesn't make sense because if the people that are dead, that means that there's more supplies and less demand. If there's less people that are
There's less
needing those
workers.
goods.
There's no production at all. The world was at a standstill. No one was driving.
Okay, so then what? Then there would be no demand, which means the price would be to zero. So that can't be true.
That's not
I mean,
true.
I
The
live in
price
Arizona.
was
When COVID happened out here, there was nothing. There was no there. I mean, we locked down for 1 week, and then after that, all the bars were open, all the restaurants were open, all the
the
stores were
the
open.
the ports
It
were empty. Nobody was shipping anything. Everything was super expensive. Just because people were dead in the worker position doesn't mean there were just as many people not buying things. So if 30
people
workers were
were dead.
dead and the whole factory's down, that's totally different.
And I bet you there's not one case you can find where a factory of workers that are under the age of 65 where 20 of them died. It's not possible.
Okay, we had a 9/11 every day, and if you guys want to keep downplaying it, sure.
I'm not saying that a lot of people didn't die. There's a 9/11 every day now. People die every day. It's just what happens. When old people get sick, they're more likely to die.
We had
That's just how
excess
it is.
deaths. We had excess deaths.
Yes.
You're gonna have to
I'm
explain
not
this
saying
away.
that's not true.
Okay,
I'm
people
saying I'm
the
saying for workers, for the working class, it didn't affect the working class nearly as much as it did the retired class, which
It's
aren't working.
yeah, I guess that's fair to say, but that doesn't mean anything. That could just mean that like 50% of the people who died were over 65 or something. That doesn't mean anything.
It does, because you just claimed that when a when someone when a company loses 20 workers, which didn't happen, and you can give me a company where they lost 20 workers during COVID because they
Holy
died.
shit. GM. Like every company that made a responsible decision to force vaccination for their workers knew the seriousness of this disease. 30,000 people die of the flu every year, but when it's
Yeah.
700,000, it's different. It's deadly.
Yeah, I'm not saying it wasn't more deadly than like a common flu. What I'm saying is that it wasn't killing people who are healthy at all. It
That's
was
not
killing
true.
them at the same rate as the flu was.
That's not true either. That's a lie.
Well, how is that a lie?
Because
And
the
how is it
excess
that
deaths
people
were insanely high. Like we had 1.2 million people die. What percent were over 65?
what percent were over 65?
Uh-huh.
Mm.
People under 65 accounted for approximately 10 to 20% of the total COVID-19 deaths. Over 90 by some estimates occurred by occurring adults 65 or older.
So 80% were over 65.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 80 to 90%, which is, I
Which
mean,
is
that's a substantially higher percentage than
did,
just saying,
how many people have died in all of the wars in the United States put together?
oh, I have no idea about
It's
that.
half. It's half of that.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what the
So
point
if
is.
that's nothing, then I guess that's nothing. Like this is a huge deal, and it's 15% more Republicans died because of misinformation, because of the kind of ideas and hesitations you have. Like downplaying it and feeling like you're being like controlled by a fascist government. Like people were dying, and then people try to get political points by saying to you over your shoulder, they're trying to make you wear a mask. This is authoritarianism. They're trying to kill you with the vaccine. There's people still today. My stepfather will die because he will not get a kidney transplant because he won't take the vaccine still because he
So
was
he can't get a
propagandized.
kidney. He
No.
can't get a kidney because he didn't get the vaccine.
Hmm.
Why not?
When you get uh, a transplant, you are on immunosuppressants for the rest of your life so that your body does not reject the new organ. So you will never be able to take vaccines after that because you'll just get fucking sick immediately. So they don't want to give it to some conspiracy theorist who doesn't believe in medicine because it's a whole
How
shit
is
game.
it a conspiracy theorist if they don't trust the government? I don't understand that.
Well, you can then just trust every government and every scientific organization worldwide. How's that?
Well, I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any
Then you're a
governments in the
conspiracy
world.
theorist. You're a far right conspiracy, anti government conspiracy theorist.
How does because governments do evil things and I don't trust them, I'm a conspiracy theorist?
Mm-hmm. I guess that's your justification for being a conspiracy theorist. But yeah, if you
So
just
you
reject all science from the entire world community, you are a conspiracy theorist.
but I don't reject all science. Not all science said that vaccines worked or were mandatory. There was
Nobody
plenty
said
of
that the vaccine
scientists.
was safe and effective, 100% effective at giving you an immune response, 100%.
Well, I mean, sure, but like from personal experience, it's not because I know people who literally died from getting the vaccine. So how is it that you're saying
You know,
that
one of
getting
the
the
six
vaccine,
people.
one of the six,
Yeah,
really, that
yeah.
he had a heart murmur, it stopped his heart because of the vaccine that caused it. He's
Was it
one
the
of the
Johnson and
six.
Johnson?
I have no idea what vaccine he took, but it
The
was
only
a week
vaccine that
after.
showed problems like that was Johnson and Johnson, and it wasn't even an mRNA vaccine. It was the old type.
Okay, well, I'm telling you from personal experience, my best friend's dad, on a week before his wedding, got the vaccine and then collapsed of a heart attack a week later.
That's not
So
science. Like once had the cold and I smelled my dog's butthole and I got better. That's not science.
Well, the doctor said that there was no cause of the heart attack, and the only thing they could think of is something that was in their body.
He
So,
had a heart murmur, bub, right?
yes, from the vaccine.
Not from the vaccine. So we don't have any evidence saying that it did much more than myocarditis, and which is what you're going to get from the virus anyway, and you're going to get a bigger pathogen load from the virus. So you were 12 times less likely to go to the hospital. So while your friend might have got in a car wreck and right after he got a vaccine, it doesn't mean the vaccine killed him.
Okay. Well, we'll get away from the COVID stuff because I mean that really has zero effect on the conversation. Anyways, we kind of just pigeonholed a little bit. We're obviously not going to come to an agreement on it. I don't think that the vaccine is something that I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it definitely
I'm not even
is.
saying whether the vaccine is good or bad right now.
Yeah,
Like it doesn't
I think
matter that much to
forcing it.
you.
I just think
Nobody forced it
forcing it
either.
is wrong.
But the thing is, uh, it still lingers. The fact that y'all were told complete misinformation and were scared into not taking it, and you still have some of that fear lingering and just some doubt because of the words they said to you, including Trump with his anti-government conspiracy shit that he said like 300 times in his first administration. It radicalized a lot of people to charge like FBI buildings with ARs or show up at the Obamas with fucking explosives. He wanted that and he cultured that, and finally, I think he used a lot of it on J6, but
I don't
that's what I
disagree
think
with
is.
that either. I don't know who you're saying they is to me because I'm not a Republican, so I don't know who they is that's propagandizing me. I think that the entire government on both sides just propagandizes the left to hate the right to hate the left. It propagandizes everyone to say anything that Trump does is evil, anything Biden does is evil. And I think both sides fall for it a lot. And I'm not saying that you're falling for it like that. I just think whenever I speak to someone on either side, they never have a single negative thing or disagreement with their politics, and it's just very very tribalistic.
I don't
And
think that's true. Like, I think that if you were in like Nazi Germany and you asked somebody to say something bad about the opposing politician of Hitler, I think they would have a hard time coming up with something.
you think that, say that again, you think that the people who support Hitler would have a hard time saying something against Hitler?
No, I'm saying the people who didn't support Hitler would have a hard time saying something bad about their prospective candidate to run against Hitler, right? Like if Hitler had a candidate run
Sure.
against him and some Nazi goes, "Hey, say something. Can you even criticize your candidate?" It would just feel so off because it's so blatantly horrible with what Trump is doing. It's not TDS. Trump is, in fact, just a con man, and he's running rampant and doing whatever the fuck he wants in our government. And it's not both sides. It's not.
Do
We
you
don't have any
think
evidence of that.
do you think that arresting Maduro was a good thing or a bad thing?
I think the way he did it was bad. I think Maduro was a bad guy.
Hmm. Do you think it's better for Venezuela now or before he did that?
It's probably better now. I'm not sure.
See, because like my biggest problem with what's going on in Venezuela is not what they did, but what they're planning on doing now with it. Mostly just because I think it was for
For
oil
oil,
resources.
yeah,
Well, oil one, but I think it was more so the banking because they're not set up under the Rothschilds banking system, and that's something that our government wants like the whole world to be under. And I do believe that there's like an agenda to have a one world economy or something like that, and I think that was part of it. But I'm more nervous about who is going to be running Venezuela, if it's going to be American, if it's going to be someone who Trump appoints. um,
it's pretty much he's de facto ruler. I think it's the sister of Maduro that like fucking helped turn him in. Uh,
mhm.
she's going to be pretty much doing whatever the fuck Trump says. That was the
Yeah.
agreement. So it's pretty much Trump running it. He posted on Wiki his face and shit, saying he's a leader. I mean, just having a president doing that in general, like for it to be both um like not a big deal that Trump does this and the mean tweets, and also we're just overreacting to all of the things he does. It can't coexist. That's not a thing.
Yeah, and
Like
I don't think that, like, I would say you guys overreact to everything he does. I think that there are some things that I'll see out there, criticizing something that isn't even that bad. Like, it's a pretty good thing, and they just demonize it, and it happens on both sides.
I
Like,
think
even the infrastructure bill, when that came out, right wing media would find one little detail that was like, oh, this is why it's bad, and then run with it, and then everybody who reads it thinks that it's bad. So I mean, I understand what your point is with that. I think that politics nowadays is so tribalistic. It's so, you can't be in the middle and get elected, and you can't, if you do get elected, the only way to stay in power is to please the people who are giving you money. And I think both sides are doing that. They both take money from PACs. They both take money from,
I think it's
um,
like I want money out of politics, and I think that it's also just something no one's ever really looked at when you're looking at both
yes,
sides, because Trump, for instance, got billions and billions from private
100%.
prisons.
Yep.
He got billions and billions from charter plane companies. Just so happens that's his big ordeal. He's going to do mass
His
deportation.
MO. Yeah.
Uh, I don't know if there's a thing you could tell me about Kamala that's just so evil that a corporation could pay her to do. Like when corporations pay and lobby for Democrats, they're literally lobbying to raise their own taxes. They know that's coming with a Democrat. They want a better society. They want a better economy because the economy is always better under Democrat. Always.
The economy, as in like the total amount of money that's flowing through the economy, yes. But when it comes to the like individual people, when we're talking about the majority of the countries under Democrat leadership, the top 1% make far more. The wealth disparity increases far more than under Republicans.
Can you show me that? Because
Yeah.
Republicans are the ones who cut taxes, which cause that. They cut taxes for everybody. It's literally Reagan is the champion of this. Reagan started the wealth gap. And every time y'all cut taxes for the top half of the economy, it makes it worse. So we do the opposite of what you're saying.
Right. You raise it on small business owners that are making, up to
$14
$100 million a year. But it's not the corporations. The corporations is the problem. That's, if we eliminated the bottom 40% from paying taxes, and we actually forced everyone in the top 50% to pay taxes, we wouldn't need to be paying taxes for
Dude,
everybody
it's
else.
almost as if Biden hired 80,000 IRS agents and Trump hated that and fired them. It's almost like we're trying to do that.
So they hired more people to, I I I mean, like, I understand your point on that. I think that we went to war over a 2.5% tax from being not represented through taxation, and now we're just overtaxed and underrepresented is how I feel.
I
And I
think
don't think it's a Republican or Democrat problem. I think it's both sides of a coin that are working together. And I think that it's nothing's going to change until the left and the right can come together. And I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about us citizens, like us Americans, coming together and kind of starting fresh. We need to get rid of lobbying. We need to get rid of all of these politicians who make 175,000 a year that all have $30 million net worths somehow, and we don't know how that's happening.
I'm not
It's
too
either
worried
inside
about that.
trading or
I literally like that can go away. That's fine, but that's not the biggest issue. Like Trump making 1.6 billion last year, that's a huge issue. That says, oh, all these crazy things that he's doing, not moderate, not small, normal, all of these crazy things he's doing is making him tons of money. It, like if Nancy Pelosi knew that we were about to sign some AI legislation and she fucking bought a bunch of stocks, I don't know who that really hurts. If we're gonna play the same game about directly affecting you, that doesn't hurt my feelings as much as Trump kidnapping my neighbors so that he can get rich from a charter plane company or so that he can run a propaganda machine and then not denounce the violence on his side and do nothing but try to escalate the division in this country. He literally has not shown 1 ounce of care to try to de escalate this. He's rooting for it.
Say that one more time.
Trump is rooting for the increased polarization of this country. He has not shown one sign of trying to de
Unite.
escalate things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, both sides do it.
How do both
I've
sides
never
do
heard
it?
because I've never heard a left wing politician try and make peace. I mean, even when you talk about voting in the House and Senate,
When
it's
Charlie
it's
Kirk was shot, every single left wing politician stood up and said they were against violence. Every right wing politician, including Elon Musk and Trump, said that this means war. One of us, all of them, we are liberal, radical, socialist and communists.
yeah, no,
And he
I'm
literally wrote the legislation that made it illegal for me to have my beliefs. Like I am
I
a
agree.
terrorist in this country right now.
I am not disagreeing with that fact that that was politically demonizing towards left wings. When I mean, I don't even think this is where my conspiracy comes in. I don't think that that kid is the one who killed Charlie Kirk, but that's a whole nother situation. Um, I think it was more so probably inside with Turning Point than anything. But because I mean, yeah, we're not going to get into that point though. Um,
If you follow Candace Owens,
do I follow who?
Candace Owens,
No, I'm not a big Candace. She's kind of gone off the rails. She's talking about him, her having dreams of him and like bullshit like that. So I usually, I mean, I see videos on other people who kind of dive deeper into it and talk about the the weapon that was used, and I mean what the reports were saying that he was shot with a certain weapon that's not possible, and um, yeah, there's a lot of video evidence that suggests that it wasn't Tyler Robinson who shot him. But I think that the whole thing was, to your point, a propaganda scheme to demonize the left from the right wing point of view. And I think it worked. I think that a lot of, especially the couple weeks that followed to it, there was a lot of push towards that Christian agenda and like Christian nationalism. And like, I'm Christian and I love America, but I think that Christian nationalism is not a good thing.
yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm not, I'll never defend Trump. I don't think Trump has intentions that are good for America. I think that for me, I just see the ideology that the left wing pushes, and I
What
disagree with a lot of
ideology?
it. Just like social aspects when it comes to the trans stuff going on and the
Name one
um,
politician that's doing that.
I'm not saying the politicians, I'm just saying
So
like
it's
the
not
agenda.
political.
It starts with, I mean, it doesn't just happen overnight. Like 20 years ago, when politicians were talking about gay marriage, it wasn't that there was a policy for the legalization of gay marriage, but
Yeah,
it was
socially,
talked about.
organically, we all as a society grew to find that acceptable. Same thing with trans people up until Trump figured out he could run on it.
Right, but what I'm saying is it doesn't just like it's a media, like the media pushes those kind of things. It doesn't just
The
socially
media, can you
pop
give me
up
an
out of
example?
yeah, every movie in Hollywood made, CNN, Fox, MSNBC, TV shows that
They push the trans agenda. Can you like
yes.
I don't I don't think so. Like literally the only time I started hearing about any of this was when Ted Cruz started jamming up Colin Allred saying you want men in the women's restroom, and that was the very first time I heard of any of it. And then I heard a bunch of people debating it on here, and I saw nothing but hatred coming from the right. They don't have any
Hmm.
idea what uh, being trans means.
Yeah,
They
no, for sure.
they don't know anything why they're mad, and again, this is just where we are as a society, and the whole world is too. Like, this isn't here domestically being pushed underground by some secret coalition of gay people. We're all just finding it to be more acceptable, and we're learning the science that these things are valid and real, and uh,
The science.
the science behind being trans.
Trans.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, scientifically speaking, you can't change your gender.
Okay. Okay. That's not true.
How? If you're born with XY versus XX, how do you change that?
All right. Did you know that there's more than that?
Yeah, there are.
Huh.
There's intersex, which is 0.01% of the
That's not
population.
true. It's not 0.01. No. How? What
Is it
percent are trans
what is
people?
the like 4,
No. 1.
2%? It's 1%.
Yeah. Less than 1. So we're talking about the same demographic.
And what percent of those people are intersex and not XX or XY?
I don't know, but being trans isn't necessarily about your chromosomes, and neither is gender. I've had to sit here and teach the whole right, and undo the propaganda from the Trump administration that sex and gender are the same. You can just Google it right now, and it'll tell you that it's not. You can just Google it.
Google if sex and gender are the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're going to find either left wing or right wing saying yes or no. So
No, you're just gonna find gender is a social construct, and there's
based
no
off
way
of
it's
gender,
not. Okay, it's not just based
gender
off
is a
of gender.
social context based off of the sex of the individual, chromosomes, and anatomy. It refers to the roles, behaviors, and personal identity which aligns with the sex.
So, gender is a social construct, and for instance, like in depending on what part of the world you're in or what religion you are, there's fucking 8, there's 3, there's 7. We make this up. We make it all up.
Yeah,
That's what
and
that means. And for you to have this hard stance on what a gender is and what the rules are is
but you
silly.
just said you back it by science. That's not science.
Yeah,
You just said you make it up.
no. Genders are made up, and I'm gonna let Emmy speak.
Yeah,
But
go ahead.
yes, sex is totally different.
Hey Pickles, how are you?
Doing good.
I'm just trying to find my headphones because I was just in the shower listening and can't find my headphones, but that's all right. Um, so we can back this up with science. You can look up WPATH, right? WPATH is the World Physician Association for Transgender Health. And you can also look at the the American Endocrine Society, the American Academy of Pediatrics. All of them agree. They all agree that being trans is a valid identity, that is something that is an inherent sense of self that cannot be. So it's not about your genitals. I actually wanted to address something you said about the media, though. We can get into the science in a minute, but is it okay if I jump back to that really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the reason it's important for trans people to be represented in media is because we have been, for a very long time, misrepresented in media. So, one of my special interests as an autistic person is sitcoms. I grew up on sitcoms. I love sitcoms. I love late night comedy. It's my favorite genre of TV. Okay. And CNN actually did this really interesting 8-part series on the history of sitcoms. And in that, the documentary does acknowledge that the things that you see on TV do definitely shape the way society sees certain issues, and that they do use that to their advantage, right? But it also reflects society. So, really quick little history on trans people being misrepresented or being represented in media, right? Back in the 30s, Audrey Hepburn was in a film where her character presented as a man, and at the end of the film, wanted to stay presenting as a man. So we go all the way, like, goes back even further than that in media, but Audrey Hepburn in the 30s, right? That goes back pretty far. And if you look at the history of the way that trans people are portrayed in early sitcoms, because we've been there since the beginning, really. when you look at the way that we've been represented, we have always been represented as the butt of the joke, as if a
Mm-hmm.
man wearing a woman's dress is funny inherently because it says something about that man is less than another man if he's in a dress, right?
Sure.
So a push to have a little bit more representation that is actually accurate to our experience is correcting what the media has already done to disparage us over the past several decades. Do you see why it's important to have representation of marginalized communities?
I do, and like don't get me wrong. I do think that the representation is important for people who, like you, identify that way. I think that it comes with um, so many statistical mental health problems,
No,
and I think
what
that
can you expand on that really quick? Explain what you mean by statistically more mental health problems, because I've done a lot of research on this and I don't see that as a trend.
okay, yeah. So like even the percent of people who are on antidepressants or are suicidal is just far higher than people who are of cisgender or gay, lesbian. Um,
And
how they
do you know what happens to that that suicidal ideation rate when that person has access to gender affirming care and a supportive family and a supportive society around them?
I'm sure it goes down. Yeah,
Goes down a lot.
I'm sure.
Something that you should definitely take a look at is the 2015 and 2022 trans surveys. You can find them online. The 2022 trans survey surveyed about 87,000 transgender Americans and about their experience being trans, right? And it covers so many questions. They've had to release several um, different reports because this data is so extensive that they have to break it into these different categories, right, in order for it to be seen properly. And we see massive drops in mental health issues. And I can say for myself, as a 38-year-old woman who spent the first 36 years of her life not being true to herself and wanting to unalive myself
Mm-hmm.
for 36 years,
Yeah,
I don't have that issue.
yeah. No,
And
and like I'm so happy that you don't have that issue anymore and that your mental health is better now. I really am. My only issue with that would be, so in 2015 they did the US transgender survey, and they found that 40% of respondents reported saying that they had attempted to suicide at some point in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
In 2023 they did the same study, and 42% of transgender adults have attempted suicide, and over 80% had serious thought about suicide at some point. And so
Mm-hmm.
for me, I'm looking at and I'm like, if we want to encourage young
No,
children
hang
or
on. What do
young,
you think is the cause of that? Do you think it's
it's
because we
social
are
bullying. Yeah, no, it's
exactly? Is
no
it because we're
100%.
trans, or is it because of the rhetoric that is spewed about us?
It's both. I think that when it comes to the rhetoric, it's never going to change, and it's unfortunate that it's not going to change. There's
No, it can
that's
always
change. It
that's
can
what
change.
that's a horrible dude. Trump ran $200 million worth of ads, and he has the whole United States barking like dogs at a certain minority group, and they have no idea why. They don't even know the basics, and that wasn't even part of Trump's messaging. He didn't have any real critiques of trans people. He just demonized the shit out of them. And this is you pulling things out of your butt
out of
and
my
trying to
butt.
find ways
Mhm.
to make your position not so absurd, because it is for you to have this disposition towards trans people and also acknowledge that they are suicidal, and also see how one side has put pressure on them societally that has most definitely caused them harm, and to be like and seeing them reject the use of like preferred pronouns and all of these things just to smite them. It's not making things any better. These trans people are not going away. That's what's not going away. I think the general outlook of society, that is what changes. That is and will be what changes. And after all of this is done, after Trump's reign is over, this will be looked at the same way as any other time in history when trans people were fucking. We're in the third stage of a genocide for trans people.
A
That's how they're going to
genocide.
look at it.
Yeah.
What do you mean by genocide?
Well, you already know we're a really low percent of the population. There was over 250 of us that were unalived last year, I believe. Maybe it was, I think that might have been the worldwide number. I can't remember. But um, we are also seeing a lot of harassment and a lot of bullying and a lot of actually cis women being unsafe because of this kind of rhetoric. It's actually interesting, like with the whole bathroom thing, right? You actually put cis women in harm's way when you make it so that trans women have to use the men's room. You actually put them at more of a risk. And we've actually seen that they have encountered a risk from people thinking that they were trans
Mm-hmm.
and trying to kick them out, right? And actually causing harm there, right? So, like, what I like that Pickles said is that you guys don't know why you have this issue other than that you've been told to, and that is evident when you actually look up the number of assaults that happen in restrooms by trans people, right? Going into the restroom of the gender they identify with. If you can actually show me cases of trans people dominating in sports of the gender that they identify with, we can talk about these things. But the thing is, we have allowed trans people to compete with their gender identity since 2002 in the Olympics, and not only one has ever medaled, and it's because she was part of a team, right? Like, that's not dominating.
No, yeah, for sure. And what I would say to that is currently it's not dominating, but in 20 years from now, it's if it's normalized to the point where 20% of the people don't who probably are either trans or have wanted to decide to transition, that number is going to go up and it's going to be a lot
But here's the
higher.
thing. Here's the thing. The only reason you're seeing any rise in the number of people that identify as trans is because society has become more accepting, just like being
Correct.
left-handed,
Yes. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it's
Yep.
not like more people are going to come out as trans.
There,
Let's
It's
take a look at real numbers for a second, right?
yeah.
Do you know how many student athletes are in the NCAA?
uh Not the exact number, no.
About 500,000.
Yeah.
Would you like to take a swing at how many of them are trans?
I'm going to guess 6.
Yes, fewer than 10, right?
Yes.
So that is with the current numbers, with them being allowed to compete, right? Having those rights built in to be able to compete like that. We only see 10 out of 500,000.
Yep.
There's no way they're going to be dominating in their sport, right?
I mean,
We've seen over 20 years of the Olympics where only one trans person has medaled, and it's because they were part of a team. So again, this is not domination. 10 people cannot dominate over 500,000 athletes, right?
correct. Currently, yes, but the whole point is that the goal is that eventually it's not going to be demonized and looked at in a negative connotation that it is right now. And at that point, what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot more trans people that
We
are
did that
joining these
over
teams,
20
right?
years ago, though. That's the thing. That's what I'm telling you. We have 20 years of data to show that this isn't a thing. 20 years is a long time. We legalized it, so it was accepted. Trans people did compete. We do not see that happening. We
So at
see the
what
10
point?
in the NCAA. We do not see them dominating. We
not to
have data.
mention, this is not the way to go about it either. Like, if one side said, "Listen, here we are now. We have a bunch of people in our like system that might be dominating sports, but they're not." But
Yeah,
if that
no,
were the
I
case,
didn't
you could
even
say
bring
that,
up sports.
and then we could say, "What can we do? What can we do to not cause harm to this community and make everyone happy?" Like, that's not how anyone's going about it. This is fuck trans people, like trans people out of my space. No men that are women and all this
It's
shit.
dehumanizing
It's
us.
Yeah,
dehumanizing.
no, I haven't said any of those things.
No, but that's the
No.
messaging that you were given, and you're just being somewhat more decent.
Right.
I mean, I guess for me it was more of the mental illness side of things,
Right, but the
which
mental illness is not being trans. The mental illness is part of gender dysphoria, is a mental illness, right? That is what happens when your body and your brain are very different, right? And they don't line up. It can cause distress. For a lot of trans people it does, for some it doesn't,
yeah,
right? It's called gender dysphoria is the distress caused by an incongruence between between your phenotypical sex and your gender identity, right? So that's what that is. That is a mental health disorder. Being
yes,
trans, not a mental health disorder, because people who are not trans also have gender dysphoria and get gender affirming care. in
So
many more ways than trans people even do.
what I would
Oftentimes,
want to know is, what is your take on children getting those procedures done to them? Do you think that it should be, because I'm completely okay with it at 18. I just think that before 18,
I think
the
that's
brain's
100.
not fully developed.
I think that's 100% bigoted stance, and here's why. Uh, the same kids who are given the option to do knee surgery, brain surgery, heart surgery with the help of their parents and their doctors. You're not worried about them, and the regret rates of the teens that do this is like less than 2%. So you're running interference for people who are getting life-saving care for no reason.
Life-saving care.
life-saving care. You already said that we are more suicidal than most other demographics. Yes, giving us gender-affirming care is life-saving care.
It's whatever the science says. That's all
I
our
told you I
position
spent
is.
36 years.
Whatever the science says, that's what the left believes. That's it.
Yep. And when it comes to like kids, like, do you think that children under 18 are typically having like so here's the thing. I want to understand. I'm actually genuinely asking, when you say that you're fine with it at 18, but kids under 18 having these procedures,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know which procedures you mean and which ages you think these are happening at.
Anything that is changing your hormonal balances, I think shouldn't be done
And
until
which
you're
age do you
18.
think that happens at?
What age do I think that happens at?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, most of the time it's probably when they're adults. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it should be when they're below 18. It probably is
Right. Like,
majority
But
in
I
their
feel like you
20s.
kind of have like a layman understanding of this. Have you ever just like asked what doctors think?
What doctors think about, like it's safety
Administering care?
wise, mental health wise, administering care.
Mhm.
No, I don't really have a whole lot of doctors that I've talked about
That's all we do. We
transitions with.
just wonder what the doctors say is right, and then we go with that.
so what's interesting is I never hear any of them pickles have a problem with a girl who is not 7 years old, who has started puberty early. It's called precocious puberty, going on puberty blockers to pause that for her so she can start her period at the same time, or start like her puberty, I'm sorry, around the same time as her peers, right? They never have a problem with that. It's only when a trans kid who's about 14 goes on it for a couple of years to pause their puberty so that they can then make that decision when they are 18,
Well, I have a
right? If
problem
they
with that
want to
too.
pursue the puberty their body would have naturally taken, or if they would like to start hormones, right? That's all it
Yeah,
does.
I also have a problem with the first one too. I think that
So if a girl is 7 years old and she has her period,
yes,
that is not
That's
only
bad.
going to cause distress for her, it can cause all kinds of other mental, or sorry, not mental, but all kinds of other health issues, right? You're saying that a 7-year-old should be able to go through puberty because that's just what happens with her body? Usually that's because she has a condition like PCOS, right? That needs treatment.
okay, yeah. If like she has a condition that needs treatment,
That's what
That's
precocious
what.
puberty
And
is.
same
It
thing
is a
with trans people. They have a
they don't
condition.
need their bodies. That's natural. Your body's supposed to go through puberty. You're supposed to have the hormones that I don't
right.
understand.
No.
So here's why this is important. Because I didn't start hormones until the day after Trump was elected. So I've only been on them for a little over a year as a 38-year-old woman, right? My body went through not only puberty, but young adulthood with testosterone in it. And so now I have things about myself that I cannot change. I can't change how wide my shoulders are, things like that.
Right.
Right. But by allowing a child to take puberty blockers, to give them time to continue going to therapy for a few years, to really make sure this is what they want to do, this is what you guys are asking for, and it gives them the ability to do that. Their hormones will start up if they stop that stuff, right? And they will continue as their body would have otherwise if they decide to do that. But if
And
they
I
decide to, at that point, go towards the hormones that align with their gender identity, their body will have less work to do and they will have more satisfaction and their life will be better.
so why do they need to manipulate their body to feel better?
Because
Like, how
we
does that?
have for generations, and I could show you this, but I'm not going to right now for the sake of making sure TikTok's okay with it. I collect medical oddities and all kinds of things like taxidermy and stuff. If you ever watch the TV show Oddities on the Sci-Fi Channel, I love that stuff. And on my TV stand, I have something called a lobotomy pick. That's one of the ways they tried to treat trans people back in the 30s,
Yeah, they tried
is
to
by
wipe their
shoving a big
minds.
spike into our brain,
Yeah.
right? We've tried shock therapy.
Yep.
We've tried medications. We've
All
tried
horrible.
conversion therapy. We've tried Clockwork Orange kind of shit, right? And it doesn't work. What we have found is that the better outcomes come with allowing someone to align their body with their gender identity, because you cannot switch that in the brain.
So you can switch it with the body.
Yeah, I have breasts. They're great. I love them.
Yeah.
They look phenomenal and they make me very happy with my body. I have never had the self-confidence that I have now.
And again, I think it's just absurd that Republicans are trying to control societal norms. Like, none of us are doing this with legislation. None of us are
Mhm.
trying to push this and brainwash kids into doing this. That is perverted fascist rhetoric. We're simply just trying to defend them now from Trump's campaign against them, from people who've been radicalized against them for no good reason, and it, like, the things you're having trouble articulating. That's what that is. It's some would say it's transphobia for you to have this sort of hang up with people who are trans seeking treatment versus people who have any other conditions seeking treatment. You literally just kind of showed your hand that you don't think it's a valid thing. Like, you don't think that this is really happening for them.
Really happening for them, as in
Having the experience that Emmy said, that their mind and body are incongruent.
yes, okay. And I'm not arguing any of that. All I'm saying is that when you're a child, you're not allowed to get tattoos. You're not allowed to get.
Right. Kids are not doing this on their own. They go through years of therapy. The first thing a parent's going to do when their child tells them, like when they're what they assume is their son tells them that they're their daughter, they're going to take them to a therapist.
Yeah.
And the guidelines, according to WPATH, are that this needs to be consistent, persistent, and insistent, right? And over years, right? That five, because look, I knew when I was 5, okay, and I did not grow up around this stuff at all, right? I knew when I was 5. That's around the age most kids become aware of their gender. That's when I knew. And when a child says that, they think about the 5-year-old, right? They may go out wearing different hairstyles, growing their hair out, or cutting it short if they're, if they're female to male,
Mhm.
whatever, right? They might do all those things, and that's nothing. That can all be changed, right? When it comes to all the other stuff, that doesn't happen until Tanner stage 2 is where you start puberty blockers, and that's around 14 to 16 years old. Okay, so think of that 5, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old. By the time they get to that point, the amount of therapy they've gone through. Now they've gone to an endocrinologist, they've gone to their physician, they've gone to a therapist, right? With their parents, and their parents have made this decision with them. This is not like some 17-year-old deciding to go get a tattoo.
Right, but I mean, when you're blocking puberties, it's not just blocking your body's development. You're blocking the brain and cognitive development. You're blocking, or not blocking, but you are.
Are you getting this from actual scientific studies on these things, or are you just assuming this? Because we have seen this with children who are not trans, like I said, girls with precocious puberty, to not be the case.
This is the 2024 CAS review of the UK. It is. So yes, this isn't just me spitting out of my ass right now. But so puberties involve major brain changes, pruning, cognitivity. Limited data exists on long-term impacts. Some reviews find no clear effect on IQ, but on cognitive and neurodevelopment outcomes, they've found that it has a negative effect on them.
Well, I
And
mean,
then
it
on
would be
top,
delayed, right? Because if that child would normally have started puberty at, say, 13 or whatever, right? They get that boost of hormones around 14, let's say like 12 to 14, they start getting those hormones and stuff, and then you pause them. Yeah, they're going to be paused, right? Or even if they start before that starts happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
that you press pause on it. So there will be a pause on all of the roles that that hormone would have had in their body. But think about it. Before that, they had whatever the normal level of their hormones is for a child. So you can use those medications to bring it down to the same level as a cisgender child before they start puberty and keep that there for a little while and then start it later. This is
And
all stuff that we have done for cis children for years.
And
we've
again,
we've
like you're just trying to find ways around them not seeking the best medical care available right now. Like this is the best answer right now. This is our best attempt at again saving lives for you to be like, "Oh, well their brain will develop." Their brain will develop if they're dead.
Right? If they don't make it
right.
to 18, they can't make any of those decisions. I will tell you, there are as many times I almost didn't.
Did you? So you said you transitioned what 2 years ago?
I came out 2 years ago. I started socially transitioning at that time, and I started hormones on November 6th of 2024.
Okay. And before then,
7th, maybe.
were you weren't identifying as a woman? You were just identifying as a man.
Yep.
Sorry if that's I don't know the
Yep.
wording to.
That's what I like to call my mask at that point.
Okay.
I was presenting as a man. I knew that I was not the same. There is a lot to my story that I don't care to go into that's trauma related.
Yeah. No, that's
Other
okay.
things that caused huge blackouts in my. I will tell you this: the trauma that I went through as a queer child in a household where that stuff was taught to be demonic and worthy of hell. The trauma that was induced on me for all of those years with that did far more to hinder my development than if I had gone on puberty blockers for 2 years at 14.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, we know that there are very large negative impacts that trauma has on children. And when you already have that incongruence, right, and the distress from that, and then you grow up in a world where people don't even believe that you're a valid human because you are constantly talked about in dehumanized language. They don't want you to be able to watch a TV show and see yourself in the world, right? They want to get rid of that. They want to take you off of the off of the memorial to the thing that started the movement to give you your rights, right? When you are growing up in that kind of world, that does way more damage than believing a child, taking them to therapy, and letting the parents and the doctors work it out. Why can you guys not let people have autonomy over their own fucking bodies in this country?
Yeah, no, I've got no problem with that. It's again, it's just the children that I have. Like I
Right,
have
but you know
no
what's funny
issue.
is when you guys talk about abortion, you guys always want, if they're like a minor, to get their parents' approval. And here we have, in the case of trans people, that trans children do have to get their parents' approval, as well as multiple doctors,
Well,
right?
I
And you
think
guys still have a
anyone
problem
who's
with it because you just have to find a problem with trans people.
yeah, I mean, I think that anyone who is
And
raped
here
should be able to
we
get
have
um an abortion anyways, which would count for anyone under 18. So I don't know you people if that really applies to me, but I
like what I'm
understand what
talking
you're
about is
saying.
people who hold these views that typically are pro-life,
Yeah.
also typically want for like at the very least that child should have like someone's their parents' approval or their husband's approval or their boyfriend's approval, whatever it is, right? To be able to do these things, especially in cases of like rape and incest, right? So that's what I'm getting at. Is this is all the stuff you guys normally ask for with other things? Is parental consent, parental rights, right? You guys are always arguing for parental rights, except for when it comes to the rights of parents of trans children to believe their children and get them life-saving medical care. I don't get that.
Uh, what do you mean by parental rights?
Well, you guys are always talking about parental rights for like school choice and things like that, right? Where parents should be allowed to choose what happens for their children and things like their education. And so all we're asking for is that you guys continue to allow parents to make the choices for how they're going to raise their children and give us the same kind of respect that you want for yourself.
Sure. I mean, there's definitely a nuance to that because I don't think that all aspects of legal things should be parents' rights. Like, parents don't have the right to let their kids drive before 16 or drink before 21 or
Yeah, they do.
I mean,
Sure
yeah,
they
they
do.
can drink
Yes,
at
they do. Both
16
of
in
those.
some states.
No, it like In most states, you drive before you're 16 with a parent.
Driver's permit.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
Okay.
you also, in every state, at least in Texas, like my parents took me to the bar and I had beer when I was young. They can do that.
I knew kids that were, especially from like I grew up with a bunch of like Italian friends, and they were drinking wine at very young ages with dinner.
Yeah, that. Just because people do it doesn't mean it's legal. It's not legal to bring your 14-year-old to a bar and get him drunk. That's not
Not
legal.
drunk, but they can drink.
Right, but what I'm saying is like there's a limit to everything. You can't have a
Right, but
12-year-old
here's the thing:
driving
is
on.
none of you, all of that, all of those limits that we have for those things, like drinking age being what it is, which I think it should be higher. To be honest, I think it should be 21. Myself,
That is what it is.
I'm sorry. I think it should be 25 is what I meant to say.
Mm,
Um, I
that's
was,
dangerous.
I grew up with it being 18.
Yeah.
Until I
Yep.
was a bit older. Um,
I think the federal law is 18 and just every state's 21.
I don't know, but um, I'm sorry. I just got distracted by my
No, you're
phone.
good. You're good.
Um,
I think that if you're not doing this and running interference for kids who get knee surgery and heart surgery and all that stuff because they have far higher regret rates, and for the rest of their life, like they can't walk. I think that's way more debilitating. And if you look at the regret rates themselves, they speak for themselves. Like they don't need you to help them not regret something.
mhm. And what I was actually going to say there is that like all of those limits that we have are based on science, right? We studied brain development, we studied impacts. We have actual data that shows that when we implement these laws for these ages for these things that they have positive impacts. Guess what? We have the same science for allowing trans kids to be who they are and getting the help from doctors and so what Trump has done, and this is where we get back to Trump, right, is he has now made it where it's going to be any medical institution that gets funding from the federal government that also provides gender affirming care will no longer receive any federal funding. So it's so funny. Everything you guys think, like, I'm talking to like MAGA for a second.
Yeah.
Everything you guys think you are doing to us, you do to yourself. Because if you are stripping all federal funding from away from medical organizations and educational institutions that, as Trump says, promote radical gender ideology, right? Just because you want to stick it to us,
It's
well,
going to,
that means your hospital's going to suck. That means your
it's,
schools are going to suck.
yeah. 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 I mean, when it comes to that's just going back to budgeting things and where our federal money's going to.
No, no, it's not. It has nothing to do with a budget. Cutting all federal funding to medical organizations that provide gender affirming care is about the budget.
No. What I mean by that is Trump's whole, like, because I think that especially a lot of the right wing belief is that the federal government shouldn't be paying for things like transitioning or abortions or
But federal funding to
That's
hospitals does not only go to those things. In fact, very little federal funding goes towards gender affirming care for trans people versus the gender affirming care that cisgender people actually receive. More people on Medicaid and Medicare gets that are not trans get gender affirming care with those medical services than trans people
right.
do.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like the right wing stance on these things, from what I hear, because I've got a lot of family on both sides, but they don't care about any of the trans issues or any of that. They just don't think that their tax money should go to it.
Right. So if the federal government says that they don't want to provide,
Mm-hmm.
right, through say like Medicare, right,
Yes.
gender affirming care for trans people, that would be still not right in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that
I
would
mean,
be a more that you would agree that that'd be a more effective way to approach this than to cut all federal funding to all medical institutions where a
He's trying
trans
to
person might
instill
be able to get
cultural
prescribed
norms.
hormones.
He's trying to legislate cultural norms, just like fucking
Right.
George
yes.
Orwell
Yep.
wrote about. That's what he's doing. It's not about money. He spends money on bullshit. He sent $40 fucking billion to Argentina for some reason. It's not about that.
Yeah. I mean, we sent 40 billion to where? Argentina. I know we send way too much money to other countries.
I mean, it's okay when it's a real issue. Like if Ukrainians are fucking getting slaughtered, that's one thing. But if one of his weird right wing dictator friends needs money, I don't think we should be sending them money.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that at all. I think that I think that probably most of the money we send to other countries is not necessary and it's not beneficial to American people. I think there's
I
definitely
don't think that's
some
true.
aspects. You
I
don't think
think
that's true?
no, I think that a ton of things we do help stabilize the world and the world economy and maintain relationships and have positive view. Trump has completely fucked all of that up.
Like what relationships with which countries are you
Yeah,
referring to?
everyone in NATO.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that I mean, I kind of, that's the one thing actually I kind of do agree with him on, is that we're way too um, like funding
No, we're
way more
not.
of NATO than we should
That's
be.
also negative IQ. No, we're not. That's not true. We pay our own NATO. We buy our own shit. They buy their own shit. He just says it to y'all in a way that makes you think like that because he's a con man. But they buy their own military. NATO just says that you have to have a percent of your GDP uh, be spent on NATO approved military stuff, meaning they buy it from us. So it's completely backwards what you just explained. And I don't blame you for thinking that way because that's what fucking dumbass Trump has tried to make y'all believe.
So what percent of the NATO budget is America?
Dog, that's not what dude, just because we spend a absolute fuck ton on our own military doesn't mean they need to go do the same thing. That's not what that means. There's no NATO slush fund. There's no bill that needs to be paid at the end of the year. It's all independent.
So you're telling me that our GDP is higher than all of NATO combined because we fund
Pretty
more money.
much. We go way above the requirement used to be 2% of your GDP. Now it's like 5. We
Mhm.
spend way more of that already. No one needs to go do that. They're responsible. They're giving people fucking universal health care and shit.
Who's giving universal health care?
Every fucking NATO country almost.
Yeah, because we're funding their militaries.
No,
That's
we're
why we
not.
don't get it.
How? What do you mean we're funding their military?
So
Maybe
like,
Israel, but
well, for
everyone else
sure,
in
Israel.
NATO, they buy
We
their
send
own
them
shit.
$5 billion a year to Israel for no reason. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know
but
what they're
still,
doing
that's
for us.
nothing. That's literally a rounding error. Trump will spend that fucking golfing. That I'm talking about. I'm talking about fucking. When we spend $1 trillion a year, and we're negative $37 trillion. Not every country is that fucking dumb. They don't need to do that.
They don't need to do that. Then why do we do it?
Because we have Republicans? I don't know.
So then what is your argument? Because I'm saying that we're spending too much with NATO, and you're saying we are
If
too.
we were out of NATO, we would spend every single penny the same way. You don't understand. That's not how NATO works. NATO's not costing us money.
How is NATO benefiting Americans?
Hey,
Every
really quick before you answer that, Pickles, I'm just gonna hop off because this is outside of my
okay.
knowledge of my expertise or whatever.
Yeah, it's good talking to you,
But
Andy.
yeah, I'll really quickly I'll ask is that you look into these things, and if you find that trans people are not in fact dominating in sports for the last 20 years, that we are not in fact harming women in women's bathrooms, right? That children who look at that 2022 and 2015 trans survey, look at the outcomes on mental health after like gender affirming care, and if you really are concerned about budget stuff, like how much money we send to other countries, then like I just want you to think about like how much time and money Trump has spent attacking trans people just to get you to care about that so that people stop looking at how much money he's giving to other countries. Right? Because they got all up in a tizzy over us. And then people like right now, right? We have literally got ICE agents who are getting $42,000 bonuses, right, to go onto the streets and unalive citizens while we're sitting here talking about trans people that are less than 1% of the population are not causing a problem. If you're really concerned with where money's going, like please take a look at what you're like what's actually happening and where that money is going. You can see it in other countries.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
no,
right, like
absolutely.
Trump is like just like Trump is lying to our faces about a lot of the stuff happening in the country right now. He's lied to your faces about trans people. So just please do me a favor, seriously take a look into it and like determine if the outcomes are actually bad enough to justify all of the stuff that he's done to us and all the executive orders and the nearly 700 pieces of legislation across this country last year put forth to try to restrict our rights.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I really didn't even mean to get into like any debates around the trans issue because I really don't think it affects me.
Yeah, just like it earlier, how you weren't impressed by anything Biden did because it didn't directly affect you. You should have the same stance on trans people. Yeah.
I've gotta hop off real quick. I'm getting a call, but I appreciate you letting me on.
All right, no problem, man.
Pickles, thanks for letting me up. I'm gonna hop off, get ready for my girlfriend to come over. So
All
I'll
right,
be
love
listening
you.
in though.
All right, thank you. We
Thank
love you
you.
so much.
Love you too. Love
All
you,
right.
chat. Thank you for all the 555. All right, next time, chat, get me to 666. Come on. All right, see you guys. Love
All
you.
right. So, for anybody wondering, NATO is not this bank that we send money to. It's basically you have to have a certain percent of your own military, just I'm sorry, a certain percent of your own GDP spent on military, and it has to be NATO approved. So they can buy our NATO missiles and stuff. We don't have to give them more. We don't give them money if they fall short. That's not how that works. So Trump kind of alluded to it being that way multiple times. Um, we've we've always said that Trump wants to be out of NATO. Hillary Clinton called it out. I think I think that uh, he's just doing it maybe because that's what Putin wants. Who knows? It's a certain amount of countries, but yeah, we go overboard. We go overboard. No one else needs to do that. Yeah, what good does NATO do? Like the the power in being united, and if you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. It's checkmate to the world. What do you mean? What good is it?
Hey Pickles,
Yo, what's up?
I'm so sorry about before. I was upstairs. I was playing with my kid, and I my pocket. You were on in my pocket, and I was listening in, and I didn't realize I'd pressed the button.
Oh,
So you
you're
guys heard
fine.
me being a goofy dad.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
you're fine.
I was just gonna throw in my quick little 2 cents because I was still listening with Emmy up here. Um, the Joey, I think was who it was. The guy who was up here before had mentioned the number of people in a year who he was so worried about. So like the number of kids in a year that receive any kind of irreversible surgical care in the like under 18 bracket is like under 2,000 in the entire US.
Oh
Like the
my god.
number is so small that it's only in emergencies or like we've tried everything else, we've thrown everything else at the wall and nothing else is stuck and we have to do it because otherwise this person's life is at risk because they're so uncontrolled. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The, this hand wringing that I hear from conservatives that are like, well, what about the kids? And it's like, okay, more kids than that are unalive from pew pews, and you're not worried about the kids. More kids are going to receive less health care because of the changes that have happened over the past year than this, and are going to be unalive because of your changes, your policies. Like this, oh, but what about the think about the children? You know, the Simpsons meme is so un
It's disgusting, and
unwanted at this point.
I'm sure it works. I'm sure it's a dirty, play that everyone can like. You could just go anywhere and say that, and you would just have all of these dumb fucking conservatives up in arms. Save the kids, even if nothing's actually happening. It just gets them up in arms, dude. And it makes me
Yeah,
so fucking mad because it perverses an entire minority.
yeah, it's just wholly inappropriate, and then it just feeds into this greater anti-intellectualism stance that MAGA and by extension the Republican Party seems to be pushing, because them there doctors and scientists are bad and they're trying to do bad things to your kids. No, dude, I don't want to. I can barely handle my own kid. I don't mess with yours. Anyways, man, that's my 2 cents. I'm gonna go back to being, goofy.
No, yeah.
I'll be listening in though.
Hey, I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Later.
Later. How do we come up? Click the little thing, or just type MAGA in the chat. I can pull you up. Boys with gynecomastia. Yep. All right, chat, tap the screen. Let's get to like 150K likes. TikTok, I love y'all so much. If you enjoy these debates, don't forget to follow. If you're on YouTube and you're hate listening, go ahead and follow. I do these all the time. Dun, I did invite you up. I'll try again. Dun, I don't know what's going on. I'm sending you invites, bro. Something is wrong. How old is being iced in pickles? How is being iced in? Sorry. I'm fucking it's okay. I mean, I'm a fucking natural born basement dweller anyway, so didn't really do anything to me. It's nice being iced in because you don't have to make up excuses not to go out. Yeah. I was born in the darkness. You merely adopted it. I didn't see the daylight till I was a man. Me and Babe been playing Terraria nonstop. I love Terraria. Terraria is so good. Their request is off. It's all messed up. If you're MAGA and you want to debate, you can type MAGA in the chat. You're playing Age of Empires 2. Dude, I was playing that. Windows 95, the regular Age of Empires. It's badass. Is US prevent? No, it's all interconnected. Somebody, a TikTok employee was actually in the chat last night, kind of explaining it, and it'll kind of be like Netflix, how like if you're in another country, you have some of the same selection, but not all of it. I think it'll just show preferential to your region, like more. I was playing that 1997. Yeah. Did you see Joe Biden kiss Harris' husband on the lips? That's awesome if you did. You see how conservatives are still homophobic, and even though they promise they're not. Did you know that Somalis are stealing our money? Dude, Trump is stealing our money. He's made $1 billion off of us over the last year. Him and his friends are stealing money from other countries. Trump's pardoning fraudsters nonstop. There's a whole list of fraud of people that he's pardoned just this last year that he had no business pardoning, and he doesn't even know that he pardoned them. He's just selling pardons, and then they're injecting billions of dollars into his bank account. Do you know that there's cocaine in the locker 15 in the White House? So if it's in the lobby in the locker, it's definitely Hunter Biden's. Are you guys 5? Did you know that Trump had an actual corrupt doctor that lost his license because he was over prescribing everybody in the White House? All uppers? Did you know that? Did you know that's why Trump probably shits his pants? That's why he's incontinent, because he does so many uppers. That's probably why he's so maniacal and hyper focused on being vengeful. That's what happens. That's what happens when you're on uppers and you sit around a room and you're angry all the time. Elizabeth Holmes is asking for Trump pardon now. Of course she is. Trump called JD Vance incompetent to his face in a press meeting. Did he really? I bet JD Vance is internally pushing back against what Trump is doing. JD Vance knows what's going on. He is more than complicit, because he knows what Trump's politics are. He knew before he was on the inside. He called Trump America's Hitler, and now he's in office watching Trump be Hitler. And you just know internally they're having fights. And JD Vance has to show his face and do his Hitler propaganda every once in a while. But you know they don't get along. He was talking about Tim Walz, but called them both incompetent. Love that. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $20 for treats for pickles. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're trying to buy me a hot soup, I have Cash App and Venmo and PayPal in the bio. Man said I said full immunity. He's not good. No, he's not a good guy. No. I'm sure he hated saying that too. Not that he's a good guy, but he knows what he's doing. How long am I staying on? I've been on for about 2 hours. If we can keep getting guests, that'd be sick. Can you show me the $1.6 billion that Trump made? This was a Jin Saki thing? Based on provided research results, connection. Oop. Get out of here. Timeline. Shinsaki has tested. Why is this showing no search results? This is crazy. 1.4 billion is a minimum. This is New York Times. One year ago, Donald Trump took an oath to serve American people and said he is focused on presidency to enrich himself. He's made $1.4 million or billion dollars. 1.4. Do you have a phone YouTubes? Yes, actually, let me do that. Guys, I'm going to turn the phone line on if you're on YouTube. If you want to call in. What is that noise? Guys, there is an outage at Oracle. I don't want everybody to worry too much about all these problems going on. It's just an outage at Oracle. It's I don't think it's anything more than that. Xfinity 2. All right. We have a number up if you guys want to call up. The number is on the screen. That is a Texas number. I am in Dallas. Who's new owner of TikTok? I think someone adjacent to Oracle. And it's like part owner. It's not full. Chat. If we have anybody here that plays Final Fantasy 14, you just need to tell me so we can be friends. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Also, tap the screen. Let's get to like 200K. Send this back out to more people. I will play just to be your friend. Do it. Do it. I'm on Primal data server or data center. I'm on Primal. Should I call just to call? No, please don't. Boots plays? What? Boots, what server? I've never heard of it until one of my partners got me. Oh my god, Glitter. I need more friends, and there are so many fucking cool communities on this game. I literally just joined a fellowship that is a 24/7 bathhouse that you just go hang out with people at a bath. You're on Golem? Did you start playing on Golem because of me? Computer. It's on computer, and it's also on PS5. I suggest computer though. Guys, if you're trying to request up, you can request up if you can, but TikTok's broke. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Hello, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing today, Pickles?
Doing all right. What do you want to talk about?
Okay. Have you seen the video that's been going around of CNN? Are you familiar with Pamela Brown? She's like one of the attractive blondes on there on CNN. She did a ride along with
Uh-huh.
ICE back in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious if you've seen that video.
Mm-mm.
You care if I tell you about it real quick?
Sure.
So, she's riding around with ICE. They call it a ride along. And they arrest like 3 people that day. So the first guy, they arrested for using a fake identity. He was using that fake identity so he could keep his job. But they went and arrested him anyways. That was in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
The second guy they went after was incarcerated. Whatever local authorities released him without notifying ICE, which was a no-no. So they came after that guy. The third guy, let's see, 2 DUIs. So, and the funny thing is, Pamela Brown, this was really the icing on the cake. After a full day's of work of hard journalism, she asked one of the people they arrested, the last guy of the day, how he felt about it. And funny thing, he's like, well, rules are rules, you know. I guess they caught me. So my question to you, and thanks for letting me explain all that to you, but surely there's some sort of difference between what Obama did, even though his numbers were higher,
Mm-hmm.
and what ICE is doing now. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so Trump has exploded ICE's budget to $140 billion, and he's also pardoned 1,600 J6ers, which a lot of them have joined ICE, literal domestic terrorists. And I feel like the way Trump has handled ICE, like a normal police chief would come
Well,
out
no,
after.
Fist, I don't really care about your feelings. Can you just tell me what he's doing that's against the law compared to what Obama did when no one considered it against
Yeah,
the
well,
law?
I gave you numbers, right? So Trump has exploded this, and he's also giving them full immunity. He doesn't
I don't know
care.
what that means, exploded this. I mean, do
How
you mean
much
that the
money did
media came
Obama
out in
spend on
droves?
ICE?
Because where was the media when
How
Obama was
much money
doing it?
did Obama spend on ICE?
Well, it's not a matter of money because it was a new agency at the time. But you know, ICE doesn't even, they don't even have cameras that they can turn on. So I guess we do need some more money for ICE, right? So they can all
Well,
get body cameras.
I think Trump actually made it illegal for federal law enforcement to have body cameras, so that would be
Okay, well
real
in that
hard.
case they need more pepper spray.
Okay. So you don't care about transparency, you don't care about them following the law, you care about maximum punishment.
I care about being manipulated by the media into them telling me what it is I'm supposed to be outraged by when nobody was
Okay.
outraged when Obama was doing it.
So
And the numbers were much higher.
Obama's budget
It's
was
not,
Obama's budget was 18 billion, and he wasn't like doing helicopter drops down onto entire apartment buildings and trampling
no,
Americans'
he was listing
rights.
DUIs and
Yeah,
fake IDs.
that's better.
I just
That's
shared
totally
that with you.
acceptable. Yeah. So Trump politicizing it and getting y'all riled up.
Well, he wouldn't be politicizing it if the media wouldn't gang up on him on this because nobody said a word when Obama was doing this,
But
and his numbers were
Trump
far
has done
bigger.
I know. So Obama did it way more effectively with $18 billion. So the fact that Trump is just doing this for other reasons, something else is going
He was
on.
more effective. He was able to deport 3.2 million people and they all got their due
Far more
process,
effective,
right?
right? No, they had a lot of them. This was a big thing back then, but they didn't like the expedited removals.
Oh, you mean they just showed him the door right away?
People under 2 years, people here under 2 years, that's still the thing. We
No, but
do
the
expedite
numbers aren't adding
removals.
up. He did it with less money, and he did like 3.2 million. I don't
Mhm.
even think Trump's deported 1 million people yet, has he?
No.
You're good with.
So obviously this is just this huge gross big agency that he is now giving full immunity when they do entire homicides. That is what is upsetting the public. So that is causing a huge
I don't think
breakdown in the
the
fabric
public
of our
should do that. It's
society.
just a bunch of crazy people that are in their middle age. And you notice there's not a big young group of people out doing these protests. There's not a lot of black people doing this. It's just
What are
your
you
typical
talking about?
white liberal malcontents who are doing this.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is not good for anything, right? Like, there's no economic data that the positive outcome from this, at the level and scale Trump is doing it, it's brutal. It's fascist.
Okay. But it wasn't when Obama did it because
Correct.
the
It was
cages. Remember the
in,
cages? We
yeah.
all saw the pictures, and then it turned out the pictures of the cages were from like 2004 when
And
Obama was
the
in office.
cages were built by Obama and then
Uh-huh.
used by Trump in a
Oh, so he
unique
just
way.
built them, but he didn't actually use them. Okay,
Correct.
and you really expect us
Correct.
to believe that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the actual truth. Washington Post has a whole article you can read on it.
Oh,
But
a whole
when
article. Okay, well that'll
Mhm.
set me straight.
Yeah. So if someone built like a farmhouse and then Hitler used it for the gas chambers, does that person who built the farmhouse like a real bad person?
I would say no.
Yeah, that's what Obama did. He built a farmhouse and Trump used it to separate families as a deterrent. That he wanted to scare people from coming to our border by kidnapping them and separating them and doing trials separately and deporting them separately. And he lost like 1,300 children doing it too.
Hmm. Yeah, I've talked to you before. I don't really trust your numbers on anything. Um,
We write them down and Google them.
well, let's see. So Trump did left. So I guess I got it figured out now. If Trump does it, it's bad.
If Trump does
If
it
a Democrat
at
does
a
it, it's good.
Trump's magnitude
It
is
can
like
be
a
the same
10.
exact thing, but if Trump does it, it's bad.
No, it's the magnitude and the disgusting use of brute force.
Okay. Because Obama didn't have to use force. He just asked them politely to leave, and they did. Actually, that's what's happening right now. Did you know? I think it's 1.9 million people have self-deported under Trump.
That's great. Cool. And how
It's
that's
great.
really bad for our economy.
You know, we could go another 20 years without taking in another immigrant, and we would be just fine when it comes to the economy.
That's
Because what
actually
would
a
happen is
lie.
people
That's a
who aren't
lie.
cut out for college, instead of going to college and coming out with a lot of debt and without a job,
Did you
they could
ever
just learn a trade
did you
and
ever
not.
Google that? Have you ever Googled that? Do you know what population decline is? We're in that.
Yeah, it's what Elon Musk has warned us about. But it's not just the
Yeah.
United States; it's all over the world.
Yeah. So here, if we don't want to have population decline and people come to our country, that's good for us, isn't it?
Well, not according to Bernie Sanders 20 years ago,
What
30
about
years ago.
according to you?
No, I think it undercuts labor. When you've got people willing to work under the table, and there's 12 of them in one apartment
So
complex.
this is a beautiful fact I learned yesterday. Mass deportation is going to depress wages for 63% of Americans, and for the bottom half, it's going to raise their wages by 1.1%.
Uh-huh.
This is beautiful.
Sure.
And it's going to cost us $400 billion to do it. No, 800. And the backlash, the feedback from the economy is going to be just as much. I'll find the
You
article.
know, they're saying if they were able to cut all this fraud out of all the systems, that all these blue states they're not blue states, they're just Democrats basically. Because behind all these frauds, there's one common denominator, and it's Democrats,
Mm.
whether it's Somalians or people
Well,
doing
you're just
fraud.
talking about cities. Trump himself is a fraudster. Rick Scott is a fraudster, one of the biggest America's ever seen. And he's your representatives. So I don't really believe you. Trump has pardoned multiple fraudsters to the tunes of millions and billions of dollars. He
I
doesn't
know you
actually
share
care
that
about
with us all
fraud.
the time on your program. I appreciate that, but I guess it's not quite as interesting or sexy or almost amusing when you find out that these people were taking out ads in Craigslist, paying $1,500 a day per child for 3 days. That's $4,500 to bring your kid in and pretend that they're in this daycare. I mean, the
Uh,
fraud is like really
that's crazy.
creative.
That's
You
really
got to give them
crazy.
hats off for the
Did you know that
creativity.
Trump had a university that was fraudulent? He had to
Oh
pay
yeah,
$25
yeah. I know
million
all about the
dollars.
university. Did he still because we're talking billions, tens of billions of dollars. Is that how much he stole from his university? By the way, all universities are a
I don't
scam.
know how you go from 50 people doing fraud to it's the
The
Democrats'
proof,
fault.
you know what, Pickles? The proof that college is a scam is the fact that you didn't go to college and you're a very smart guy. In fact, I think you're smarter because you didn't go to college. People who don't go to college and learn things on their own, they get a much deeper understanding of things.
I just think that this whole $9 billion fraud thing and attaching it to Democrats' names is completely uh, dumb, irrelevant. Democrats aren't the ones championing a fraudster. We want to cut down on that. We
No, they
hired
were just
so
turning
many.
the other way while the
We
whistleblowers were telling them what was going on,
Sure,
and
sure,
they were saying,
sure.
well, we
Did you
can't
know
stop this
Trump
or we'll lose
paid Pam
power.
Bondi 20 grand to look the other way too? He literally did that.
Who's that?
The attorney general. She was attorney general of Florida. She was investigating his university for fraud. He paid her
Hmm.
20 grand. She looked the other way. The other
He
states
was
kept their
actually
charges.
the attorney general at the same time that Jeffrey Epstein got that sweetheart deal,
Okay,
but she was
cool.
working with
And so
Obama
I
at
guess
this
that's why
point.
Trump loves her so much.
I don't know if he loves her.
Well,
We'll see how long she lasts. But did you hear about this other scam? You know how I don't know how to refer to people who are from India except to call them Indians. Is there a better term?
I think that's fine.
Okay, so I'm a little bit older than you, but when I did take a crack at college, there were tons of Indian students there, and then for years we've always been taught that these Indians are real smart. We got to bring them over here because there's not enough smart people to fill the jobs we have here in the United States, right? Well, it turns out this counselor in India, she was processing 200 work permits per day with fake resumes and everything. They said that 80 to 90% of all of them are fraudulent from like a 5-year period. So I don't know. The fraud, they really employed some DEI when they got their fraud game going on because they
I don't
were
even know what that
using fraud.
means. Like these people are people that Trump loves hiring, the people that Elon Musk loves hiring. They're the people that bring them here. They are engineers and doctors and scientists that will work for pennies on the dollar,
Some
and
of them are.
they're trapped here. If you don't like the conditions of the workplace you're in, you're just trapped because you'll lose your visa if you don't like it. That's why they love that.
Well, the fraud is just so prevalent, and I know you haven't kept up with it, but you'll be seeing it. It's going to be hitting the news because I've seen other things that were
I
started off as
honestly could care less
conspiracy
about
theories.
$9 billion worth of fraud. Trump has got $1.4 billion from us himself.
Well,
I think
and
that
California
I
has
could
ripped off
care
what
less.
70 billion is what they're saying. 70 billion.
70. I think
Well,
California
in
pays everybody's
California,
bills. If California does
and
some
like
sort
I
of
said, it's
fraud,
always these Democrats that are behind all this fraud. So,
well, I guess you really shouldn't feel a victim because the fraud is really ripping off Democrats, not you. Y'all don't pay taxes.
well, that's the same thing with this Bitcoin, or not the Bitcoin, but the coin that Trump started. It's not like he ripped off the American taxpayer. Those are people who are eager to buy coins. I'm sure you've bought some coins in your time, right?
No, he's just
You're
using it as a political machine to say, hey, if you want to talk to me and you have something to say, if you want to make a deal, if you play ball, inject some money in my Bitcoin and we can talk. That used to be his golf
Yeah, I
club,
don't accept that
and now it's that.
caricature. I don't think he's that petty. I think he's got more important
He
things to do,
literally
like
had
world
a
peace,
contest
putting
that
out
if you bought enough, you
fires
got a
and
meeting
wars.
with him. You get a meeting with Trump if you donate enough to his meme coin. That's literally a contest he had. The people showed up with fucking masks on because they were scared about their identity. They did that.
Okay, well, more reason to like him. I think he's cool. He still, I mean, all the things you say about him, you can
If
always point to
Biden did this,
Democrat.
you guys would be shitting bricks. If Biden had secret meetings with people that met with him through ties of money, you guys would be going
And then
insane.
imagine if all that stuff was on a laptop from hell, and the media chose not
And
to,
if
just
it
to
was, we
ignore
would
it.
have seen it, but it never came out, right?
No, we wouldn't have, because there was the deep state and the Democrats and the mainstream media.
What
All
was
three
the
of those went after Donald Trump.
who had the laptop? What was the chain of possession of that laptop? It was like fucking Matt Gates, Rudy Giuliani,
No,
fucking.
they came later. Originally, the guy went straight to the FBI. He didn't
But they've
take it to
all had it
Giuliani until
for
the FBI didn't
years.
want anything to do with it.
All of them had it for years.
Say again?
Steve Bannon, all of them had it
Not for years.
for
Didn't have
years.
it for years.
Go watch the movie. Go watch From Russia with Lev. You'll see exactly what that is all about. It's bullshit. It's sad. The guy
Well,
who went to Ukraine with all that stuff, his name is Lev Parnas. You can go listen. He wore a
yeah, I know
fucking
about
hidden
him.
camera all the time.
I know
You
all
can go
about that,
see
but I was
all
watching
of that.
story before it developed into, this democratic narrative.
He was first.
But I
This
don't
is
have time
first
to explain all
person
that to you.
stuff. This is first person primary resource.
Look, dude, you guys didn't investigate the laptop at all. So do you think we really want to hear more shit that you
What's
think
in the
Donald Trump
laptop?
did
What's
wrong
in it?
4 years ago?
What's in the laptop?
What's in the laptop?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're mad that you're having to give Dad the money, but I've been paying Dad for 20
No,
years.
it was the big
Get
guy,
used to it.
not Dad. It said big guy.
No, it said Dad. Last time I talked to you, I said big guy. Then I went back and looked at it.
It never
and
said Dad.
it's
It
not a big
never
guy.
it never implicated Biden
Dad.
ever, and that's why they couldn't get charges on him.
Well, they couldn't get charges on him because you need the media, and you basically need the media to go anywhere with charges like that.
No, you don't. You just need Congress, right? You just need Congress.
You can't be working against the deep state. Do you remember when Chuck Schumer said, if you piss off the intelligence community, they have 30 ways to Sunday to get you back? Well, that's what 4 years of Donald Trump was.
I don't know what that means.
Payback from the intelligence committee or community.
I think that Trump being vindictive and open in your faces about it is just fascism. Like, he shouldn't be using the federal government for his personal vendettas.
Like Biden did.
But how did he do that?
Well, they raided his house. Remember that when they raided
Biden did not. If Biden came up every day, said Trump is a felon, Trump is horrible. If Biden came up every day and said Trump is bad, I'm going to tell the FBI to get him, and all this stuff, then you might have a case. But Biden, at every chance, chose not to comment. He said that is an independent department. The head of the FBI was fucking Chris Wray, who was appointed by Trump. It's so sad you guys don't even look at this.
He proved to be a liar too.
Oh, well, Trump just hires a bunch of people that you guys throw to the wayside and call rhinos the second they turn against Trump because it's a cult.
Trump gets things done. You guys haven't had an effective Democrat since Jimmy Carter, and he wasn't even that effective.
Biden was the most effective president we've had in 30 years.
Say again?
Biden was the most productive president we've had in 30 years.
Well, his staff was. He didn't do anything. They just said this, that, and the
Okay,
other.
whatever it was, whoever it was, that needs to be done again. That's good. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so I don't think the deep state's real. I think the deep state is like Elon Musk, right? Like the richest man in the world, holding hands with Trump, gutting federal agencies with his own two hands, breaking into the treasury, getting everybody's like, who's the deep state, dude? Can you show me a sign of definitely Biden being part of the deep state?
I think you're just jealous that the right wing is the counterculture. You guys used to champion Elon Musk, but now he's part of the right wing counterculture, and you guys are a bunch of squares. Honestly.
No,
it's
he's
really sad. It's
he's
cool
like a
to be
groiper.
cool
He's
to
a
be
literal
patriotic
Nazi.
again. I don't know if you watched other content, but there's just hundreds and thousands of minorities out there who are no longer buying the liberal bullcrap that you guys have been spewing. I mean,
I don't really know what that means. Like Trump
what
is
it means
literally
is
a
you guys
proven
take
liar.
pride
His
in being
administration is
open-minded, but
provenly.
you're so open-minded that your brains have fallen out. You're too open-minded. There's no principles anymore. It's just all about open-mindedness.
I don't know what that means.
Of what kind of
Like, we can think critically.
Are going to follow. It's
like,
all about how you feel.
Your most recent grievance about me and Elon Musk is a perfect example of how y'all follow people, right? So we liked Elon Musk because he was a champion of green energy, and he believed in climate change, and he
Right.
was validating our ideas and being the richest man in the world. And you guys had no
And don't
belief.
forget, you were out buying his cars, not
You guys
were buying his
hated
cars to show support, right?
you guys hated electric cars. My grandpa himself said he
Oh,
would
I still do.
never
They're
have an electric
ridiculous.
car. The second Elon Musk became friends with Trump, you guys loved electric cars. Like, that's how y'all
No, even
do.
then, I was still against electric cars.
Okay.
Um,
That's how y'all
yeah.
do. But for us, we see Elon Musk being anti-trans, anti-liberal in every way possible. That's obviously a turnoff. We don't go, well, he's the electric car guy. We should just
So he
follow
went and
every
started
word he
bombing his
says.
cars. That's the
Huh?
difference. See, we just silently tell it is what our beef is. You guys go out and start bombing cars.
But you
Remember all
guys invade the Capitol. You guys shoot up FBI buildings. You guys
you know,
assassinate
I'm glad
lawmakers
you
in their
brought
front
that up.
door.
Wouldn't it be great if your side would just get it out of their system? Like, we could give them January 7th, and then they could get it out of their system, because it's been, what, is it 5 or 6 years since January 6th? I think it's 5, right?
It was like it will go down in history.
You guys
It's
are doing
not going
January
away.
6th each and every day. Each and
It's
every day you guys do January
it's a
6th,
historical
especially in
moment.
places like Minnesota.
Okay, that's not January 6th. When you guys try to overthrow an election, that's different from us saying, "Hey, stop kidnapping people and
Well, I'm glad
beating
those
them and
people
putting
got
them
charged
into
and went to jail.
horrible living conditions." That's our grievance with that.
Hmm. Well, you guys are far more violent than the right wing. Because you guys can't ever give an example. It's like, oh, right wing. The FBI says this and that about right wing. But who are these right wingers? I've never met a white supremacist in my life. Am I ever going to meet one so I can punch him in the
Have
nose?
you
I've never
watched
met one. Have you?
my channel? I have literal people coming up here saying that they're white supremacists. Groypers are
No,
one of
I've
the
listened
biggest.
to your channel a lot. I've never heard anyone say that.
Yesterday I had one. Go watch it back. Yesterday he came up straight. I had to kick him. It was so bad. I usually don't kick people. You can watch the very beginning. He's my first guest. There's a whole following of this guy named Nick Fuentes. He is a self-proclaimed Nazi-loving, Hitler-loving guy. He's he has
Don't
200,000
forget
fucking
comedian.
viewers.
He's a bit of a comedian too.
You like him? Is what you're saying?
I wouldn't say that. I just don't know a lot about him. What the things I've heard him say were kind of funny.
Yeah.
And I think it's
Like,
funny
things
that
aren't
every
funny.
other race can make comments about races, but white people can't. I just found it kind of refreshing, some of the stuff he was saying.
It's
It was kind
called
of
white
funny.
fragility. That's, if you just read up on how white supremacists gain traction, that's one of the things. And he's also a child to two different racial parents. So he himself is not even really white, and he is a white supremacist. And the thing is, when I hear a white supremacist or like Hitler himself tell a joke, I would not think it's funny at all. And the fact that you think he's funny says a lot about you.
Do I have a better sense of humor than you,
I wouldn't know if I'd say better.
or that I don't live in a safe space like you do all the time?
I literally am in people's faces all day.
You guys debated this on your show one night. It was interesting, but yeah, the left has killed comedy. Congratulations.
I don't know, man. Some of the best comedians are still on the left, right? Dave Chappelle.
Hmm. What about Saturday Night Live? Do you ever watch it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's hilarious.
Have you seen that thing they do where they pretend like they're saying a joke that they wrote, but it was actually the other guy that wrote it on the Weekend Update?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good example of how the left thinks racism is funny too, but they have to disguise it in a woke manner so
I
that
think
they
that
can laugh about it.
you don't
We
really
do
get
that.
it. So
We
if
don't
it's
make excuses
a
for it. We just
black
laugh.
man that wrote the joke, that's not racist. And if the black man that wrote the joke is present
I
right
know.
there with
It's
you,
like a
it's
loophole,
not
right?
racist. It's not a loophole. There's just things that
No, it's a loophole. This way white people can laugh at racist jokes. It's a loophole.
if you're bashing yourself, that
No,
is
I'm just
fair
saying you guys
game.
have nothing
That's
but
what
double
that
standards.
is.
And when it comes to comedy, there's another double standard. So if you think it's funny, if we think it's funny, then we're
So we
just a
didn't
bigot
kill
or a
comedy.
disgusting
We're
person
still
or
doing
whatever.
that, right?
Say again.
If we killed comedy, how come we're still doing that?
It's on its last leg. I've been watching SNL since the 70s, and I root for it. And I have to bite my tongue because there's a lot of stuff where they're ragging on Trump supporters like myself.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny is funny, you know. But to you, it's only funny if it's, politically correct. That's sad.
Not really. I think that's funny. The thing that you said is not politically correct.
Okay, well, Pickles, I appreciate you taking my call. I'm gonna go ahead and start making dinner. I finally signed up on TikTok because you weren't putting the phone number up on YouTube all the time, and so I had to get TikTok, which I did yesterday, and I spent like an hour or two. It wouldn't work. And then I thought it was something I was doing wrong. It turned out they were having problems with their servers and everything.
Yeah, it's got some outages. Sorry about that.
Oh, one more thing, Pickles. I want to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the guy that got you on that riddle that day about the doctor being the mom.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? I was going to tell you, your answer was actually acceptable, 100% acceptable, because the kid could have had two fathers if he was adopted to a gay parent. So you weren't really wrong on that.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, buddy. I enjoy your show a lot. Hope you have a good evening.
You too. Thank you. Oh boy. Chat, how are we doing? Can I just go play games now? Boots. Boots. DM me immediately. Dude, I can't get the guy out of my head from last night that openly admitted his wife left him because of his politics. Like Trump, you got to think that's a reality for a lot of families. Trump has broken up so many families. Yeah, it was Kenneth. Yeah. Was it my ex? Yeah. He cheated on his wife. Oh, with Trump. Uh, no, troops. Is that real? Politics. Is that real? That's insane. Parents, children, siblings. It's really sad. Yeah, yeah. It's the case right now. Like my little brother is posting pro Trump stuff on his Facebook, and it's so bad. I don't want to talk to him. I haven't responded because I would destroy him. He's come between countries. Yeah. I remember my life a few months ago complaining about earlier because oh no, dude. Have you? Oh my gosh. It's weird. It's weird, yeah. Lost my entire family minus one sister. Project 25 is a source of breakups. Trump is just the front man. Yeah, but listening to a vile politician and buying into it is a personal choice. posting pro-ICE stuff this week. And listens to Trump. I think the real reason MAGA wants mass deportation is the conspiracy that they think they're voting Democrat, and they don't want to say it. I think one quietly said it to me on Facebook, but they don't. That's. I think that's why Trump's doing it. I don't know. Oh, Liam.
It's been quite a while there, Snowflake. How have you been?
Been all right, man. Been better.
Yeah, you making any money at your career of a TikTok superstar?
I do all right.
That's good. I mean, is it all that you wanted when you were growing up? Like, man, I'm really gonna make something of myself and have a really successful career.
I have done a lot with my life, Liam.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you haven't. I'm just asking you if it's all that you imagine.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, because I think as a person, I hope that you're up here for debate. I hope that you would take the questions. I know they're pretty tough. Like, is what we're doing in our life, is it worthwhile?
Yeah, I think this is probably the most fulfilling thing I've ever done. Yeah.
What, debating on TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And I hope it's making people think when they vote and they at their state level. And or all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, what's going on with ICE and everything? That's probably the topic, right, of conversation.
Yeah.
Some pretty brutal stuff, dude.
Yeah. Do you think that it would be wise for the president to make a statement like, "Hey, what ICE, what happened was tragic, and we're going to take every step necessary. This doesn't happen again, and we just need to remind the public of X, Y, and Z." As opposed to coming out and saying, "Oh, these people are trying to do harm," and framing him to be somebody to do maximum damage, even though they yanked a pistol out of his fucking his holster and had it before they shot him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's gotten to a very, very volatile point, and it doesn't justify the actions of law enforcement for sure. I mean, in its entirety, I'm definitely in support of the duties and the officers in question, for sure. In this instance, I want a little bit more information. Some of the stuff that I've seen in videos and stuff, it bothers me for sure. But I just don't understand why you bring multiple magazines locked and loaded to a peaceful a supposed.
I don't care. I don't care what you have to say about that. That's speculation, and this is what Trump wants you to say and think to justify in your head. But that there's no justification if he had an AR. You guys loved when Kyle Rittenhouse did this. He had 30 rounds in that AR. It's the same thing.
Please don't jump to Kyle Rittenhouse right away. I mean, it's Ashley Babbitt, Rittenhouse. Come on, dude. Let's stay on topic here. Seriously.
We're talking about your logic and it being inconsistent. That's the topic.
Yeah. No, my logic is showing up and peacefully protesting, okay, is not what's happening in Minnesota on so many levels. Again, I'm
Trump
saying
wants.
that
If Trump wanted to de-escalate it, he would say what I said, like a normal human being. That's how you de-escalate things as a society. He doesn't want that. He doesn't. He wants it to be volatile. He wants this to interfere with the elections. He wants this to give him continued authority and his position in power, just like every other authoritarian has done every time. They use the military, they spark controversy, and now they can't leave because the controversy is so strong. We have to start doing weird election laws because the controversy is so strong. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he's doing. I think that he's sick and tired of the Democrat Party demonizing everything that he does when people like Barack Obama get away with it.
No.
Without even question.
Barack
I just think
Obama
it's the most
had an $18 billion budget for ICE. He wasn't running campaigns to raid apartment buildings and arrest like U.S. citizens in the middle of the night. He didn't do that. Trump has a $140 billion secret police machine with no intent on telling them to cool down and not keep killing the public. They are getting away with it. They all shot. They don't care. They're emboldened. They're all the domestic terrorists from January 6th. Those people.
This is another thing too, bro. This is another thing that bothers me about the disingenuous selective outrage of the left. That this is literally Kristi Noem's situation, okay? She's elected in this position, okay? If you have heat, this emotional bullshit of Donald Trump is to blame constantly, you need to come after Kristi Noem, okay? There's a chain of command here. I don't care what you say. That's the way that it works, okay? If there's policy that needs to be fixed, she's the one that writes policy. So do you know how immature you sound when you're going Trump, 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 Trump? Trump derangement syndrome at its finest.
Y'all elected Trump. Trump hired all of these people.
Trump, bro.
All of these people were pushed through their confirmation hearings without FBI background checks. All of these things that give the American public peace, he didn't do. So yes, we're always riled up about it. Yes, and that is intentional.
Does Donald Trump write policy for DHS?
I'm pretty sure that they work in conjunction. I'm pretty sure that yes.
Can you show me the receipts? Can you show me the receipts where Donald Trump is writing policy for DHS?
Yeah. We have on his website where some of these things were the policies that they're doing. His policy proposals are straight up on his website for this, yes.
You could tell when he has conversations about what's going on. He has so much shit on his plate, dude, okay? He has Kristi Noem, the head of DHS, okay? If we have problems as American people, obviously he can take the heat.
So
but it
I
comes
want you to do the same for Biden.
It comes down on her head. No,
I want
but
you to do
that's
the same for Biden. I want you to do the same for Biden.
You know what? I'm going to do the same
when it comes to Mayorkas, when it comes to the border, let's do that. Right?
Why was there a medal put around Tom Homan's neck by Barack Obama?
Because that was before he started doing zero tolerance shit.
And then when you guys heard that he was going to be in Trump's cabinet, you were outraged. Oh my God, another YT supremacist. Okay.
Yeah,
incredible.
He's completely horrible person. He wrote the Project 2025 section of all the immigration policy. He's a fucking horrible person. We don't just have to stick with our opinions when we find out that he's a bad person. That's fucking dumb. Same thing with Elon Musk. We can make decisions about people based on their new positions, such as Elon Musk being completely anti-trans, anti-liberal, doing Nazi salutes, backing the far-right parties of Germany and fucking the UK, and pretty much winding up societies with conspiracies with Twitter. Like, he's insane.
This is why nobody honestly takes the left seriously anymore. It's because it's like, hey, what do you guys think about the sky being blue today? And you go, really? You're going to talk about snotchy Germany right now and Smittler? Dude, this is how insane the conversations are.
The Atlantic just posted an article. There was a guy that is a pretty prominent figure in, I just want to pull it up, but he finally came out today and said, yes, it's fascism. He was hesitant to say it. He got a lot of flack for being hesitant to say it, and he finally came out and said it is fascism. Trump is fascist. We're in fascist America.
Okay, cool. Is the First Amendment? Would you say that's
Under
a part
attack?
of fascism? Would you say? Yeah. Would you say freedom of speech is a part of fascism?
No, it's under attack for sure.
No, it is. It's not a part of fascism.
Correct.
So you would say that that Charlie Kirk was unalived for freedom of speech and not fascism, right?
Fascism would be by the government. Did the government do that?
I
Did a
mean,
politician do that?
he helped elect Donald Trump. Isn't that he helped elect a fascist? Doesn't that mean
He is
that
fascist. Charlie Kirk is he's like a white
Oh,
Christian
he is
nationalist.
a fascist.
Yeah,
Okay.
he
So
helped
it was
Donald Trump. He was in lock and
an
step with
American
him.
American citizen with his First Amendment right, making a name for himself, and was unalived for aligning with the fascist party, right? For his free words.
I guess so. Yeah, like if you say harmful
my
rhetoric,
God.
people are not going to like you.
Right?
People are not going to like you, and I don't know if you guys.
You're going to be unalived for it, right?
I mean, you guys do it twice as much, 3 times as much.
No. The worst crime that has ever basically happened to in this last I'd say 10 years, even 20 years, would be the life almost taken of Donald Trump when he was campaigning by the words
By the right?
by the words
By a
of
right
Joe
winger?
Biden. By the words of Joseph Biden.
If Joe
Okay.
Biden like spent months talking violently about how we need to rise up, how you're not going to have a country anymore, and all this stuff, and how Trump just needs to die, that would be one thing. But instead, he
wait a
said
minute.
this in a political campaign, talking about we need to focus on Trump, not use it like if you guys want to use that as him quietly saying we need to kill Trump. That blows my mind. You guys are more openly violent
Really?
than I've
Okay.
ever than any of that, right? Like Trump has said things that have caused 30
Was there
bomb
a
threats
scope?
to
Was there a
happen.
scope? Was there a scope and crosshairs on the rifle that was used for Donald Trump taking of Donald Trump's life in Butler?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
That is some Blues Clues level investigating. Chat, there is a Cash App and Venmo in the bio if you guys are trying to support me. Also, give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. We have a Discord too if you guys want to join a place that has like-minded people, just even when we're offline. Damn, Republican candidate for Minnesota governor Chris Medell drops out of the race. I can't look at my daughters in the eye and say I'm running as a Republican when they're pulling over Hispanics and Asians because of the color of the skin. I did not sign up for that. That's another thing I guess they're doing. Like, Obama didn't do that. It sounded like Obama was chasing down warrants and leads. Trump's thrown out a net and trying to figure out what he can find. Like this is I heard someone say this earlier. This is it's something you do with a scalpel. Trump has got a chainsaw and a bazooka. Bovino's demoted? You got fired. Homan's taken over. Dude, I see a lot of weird memes like that from conservatives. Like he just said, like, you liked Homan until Trump. Like, dude, think critically. We don't just look at faces and just love them forever for no reason. Hello?
Well,
Debo?
what up, Pickles?
Are you finally leaving the MAGA cult?
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm. I never would say I was MAGA, but
What?
I dude, I'm definitely not MAGA. What are you fucking talking about,
What?
dude? I am not MAGA.
Is this a new development?
I've never been MAGA, bro.
Hmm.
I've never been MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean I've called out Trump numerous times on his bullshit. So I don't know what you talking about, Pickles.
Oh.
But yeah, I would say this last one's a little bit over the top for me. I would say, um, I just I don't know. I think the rhetoric on both sides is going to continue to get people hurt.
I think that it's the president's responsibility. It's both sides need to say, "Hey, we need peace," but the right's not doing that. Trump is not doing that. Trump wants more.
I know,
He
and
wants
that's
more and
why
more and
I'm
more.
yeah, and that's why I'm not. I don't support that. I don't think we should be. I don't think we should be unaliving our own citizens. I also don't think we should have people tailing federal agents and that whole thing's that you're just applying more pressure in a pressure cooker, and eventually the lid's gonna pop.
Well, it takes a diplomat and somebody that can run a country to resolve those types of issue, and Trump is not armed to do that. He never has been, and that was easy to see from day one.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, is it wasn't like this is a misnomer. Like it wasn't something he didn't campaign very heavily on. He literally got pew-pewed in the ear while talking about this issue.
Yeah, I know. I don't care.
Let's not pretend like
People,
this wasn't. Well,
100% of every person that wants mass deportation is 1,000% unaware of what that does to the economy, like why they want it. There just been 10 years of propaganda bamboozled into it.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I hear people on the left always saying, well, Biden deported more than Trump has. And it's like, you really making that a talking point? Like,
Yeah,
it's not
so
really.
the
Hold on.
the
What
thing
I'm saying is
there
that's
was
not
no
a very
open
good
border.
argument.
No, it is.
Dude, hold on. Let me finish. What I'm saying is he deported 1.8 million people from the interior. From the interior of his administration, he deported 1.8
With
million
what
people.
budget?
He had the most, the last 3 years of his administration, they increased the budget all 3 years.
Not $140 billion.
Is it
You
really
start
140 billion?
Yes,
ICE
it's
itself,
100.
I thought ICE was at like at 14 billion.
No, it's 140.
And Biden was at 11.8 his last year of his administration.
No, 140.
DHS as a whole, I would say like all of it. I don't know if it's ICE alone. Show me that.
170
Show me
billion.
that.
170
that,
billion
bro.
for border and interior enforcement, including approximately 45 billion for detention facilities.
Okay. That's not ICE as a whole. That's not ICE as it's like
Yes,
the overall
it's for
arching
ICE. Customs
DHS.
with
That's
legislation allocating
DHS.
170 billion for border and interior and exterior, or border and interior.
Hmm.
There's nobody at the border, right? We don't need that, right?
Well, I mean, Mexico has 10,000 of their own military service members at the border. And that happened what, July of last year,
Don't be
and we had
disingenuous.
our own
Biden
military.
did that too.
I'm not. No, I'm just saying that yes. I'm saying that Trump and Biden have done that. They
Then
both
why is it
implement.
worth bringing up?
Well, I'm saying what both because what I'm saying is both administrations have done a lot of the similar things. They haven't created any new legislation. They're not utilizing any new tactics. What it
What? You're
is
wrong. You're lying.
okay. What new tactics has the Trump administration implemented?
Literally, they just got the Supreme Court to give them the okay on racially profiling people based on their skin color, their fucking their language, their job.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
new.
Well, I wouldn't say that's legislation, is it? I would say, well,
You said
yeah,
no new
okay.
policies changed. That's a policy change.
I said tactics. That would be
New
okay.
tactic.
Fine. There's that. There's okay. So you're right. You're right about that. There's one. But
That's a
I'm saying,
huge thing. That's stop and frisk level shit. You can see any society, you
okay,
don't need to
that's
be
fair.
politically charged to not be okay with that. That is a
Okay,
default
that's
position
fair.
of anybody not brainwashed.
I would agree with you. All right, that's fine. That is fair. That is one new implementation. What I'm saying, the overarching goal of ICE has been the same. Like they're literally doing the same thing the other administrations have done, but you have yet to see, you've never seen people to the magnitude that you are.
Alligator Alcatraz? People on
What?
plane to Seacot? Trump is literally stomping over human rights, treating them like
Oh,
garbage.
I will tell you, Trump has absolutely rebranded immigration. Absolutely. He's
So now it's
Trumpinized it.
different? Oh, fuck off,
No, no,
dude.
no, 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 no. I'm saying the overarching, I'm saying the overarching like publicity of it. Yeah, that's what Trump fucking does, is branding. That's what Trump is.
He's
He is
horrible.
all about branding.
Listen, I don't
You can
care.
agree
It's
with it or
not just
disagree with it. It doesn't
the
matter.
logo of ICE. I'm saying he took $140 billion. It's a huge operation. He's dumping it into cities and disrupting the public. That is new. He's dropping helicopters his helicopters dropping down
Yeah,
on fucking
that's
apartment buildings.
and
That's new.
how many people have self-deported that saved the U.S. taxpayer because of that?
That doesn't save us money.
1.8 million people self-deporting doesn't save us money. It costs us
Correct.
up to $16,000 per deportation. If you have
Mm-hmm.
someone that self-deports, that's
Uh-huh.
that's $16,000 less dollars that the U.S. taxpayer
Now,
has to pay
that is a very
for someone that
short.
came into our country illegally.
I want to read you something.
Cool.
This is from I love them. All right, from Penn Wharton. Okay, this is what happens when people are doing mass deportation, not to the tune of 1 million or 2 million. We're talking to the tune of 11 million, and especially the way that Trump's doing it, spending so much money doing it. This is why this is important. This is why this is dumb. Makes no sense, and is just Trump being a bull in a china cabinet. Uh, so 10-year policy where 10% of the unauthorized immigrants are removed annually over 4 years, with unauthorized immigration returning to baseline levels in 2029. This is based on that policy. All right, the budget. The 4-year policy will increase primary deficits by $270 billion before economic feedback effects, and then $350 billion with economic feedback effects. So it's a net negative 1,000%, 100,000%. The economy, not surprisingly, most aggregate economic variables fall. By 2034, the 4-year policy reduces GDP by 1%, and the 10-year policy reduces it by 3.3%. Every single bit of mass deportation is bad for our economy.
I mean, to say that deporting people doesn't have an impact on the economy, I absolutely would. But these are not people that should be even considered in the economy in the first place
All
if
right,
they
so
came
that's
here
your hang up.
illegally.
That's your hang up.
No.
Hey, dude, Guess
Bro,
what?
let me finish. Go ahead.
Did you know that weed is still legal nationwide? That is
Not
illegal.
federally.
It's federally illegal.
I know. That's what I just said.
What if I went around and arrested everyone and spent $140 billion doing that? It's illegal. Remember it.
Well, yeah, but there's like cities like Chicago can't impede on your Second Amendment, but they have laws and regulations all over in Chicago where
No,
they
I'm
trump
saying,
all over your
would it
Second
be a
Amendment.
good policy and good for our economy if I did that? Would any like sane
Well,
person want to do
I'm
that?
saying, I know, but I'm saying there's all kinds of examples that you can give that cities violate federal law and federal law violates cities'
I know that
ordinances.
that
That's
happens. I'm
okay. So
saying,
what's your fucking
how
point then?
dumb is it I go around just like Trump's enforcing the law on immigration, a harmless crime, if I
It
went
is not
around doing the
harmless.
same thing to people smoking weed?
It's not harmless.
What's the harm?
Of not of just allowing unfettered access to a country's border. You don't
Nobody
see
wants
that
that.
there's
Nobody wants that.
okay.
The people present who are working jobs, participating in the economy, have like full-blown families with kids, have
Yeah,
never broken or stole a piece of gum. That's the people you're
right.
kicking out.
Not all. No, that
70%.
is happening. I'm not going to say. I mean, dude, this is the
70%.
problem. This is the problem is one side doesn't listen to the numbers when their president's in office, and then the other side doesn't do it when their side comes in. This is the unfuckable situation that we put ourselves in by being so politically
We did
diverse.
deportations just fine. You were just propagandized to think we didn't.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me we didn't have 10 million or more people come into the country under
No,
Biden?
no. And
How many do you think happened?
2?
2 million?
Yeah. And then we probably netted somewhere about like 1 million after
You
deportations.
really think it was only 2 million people, bro?
Yes. Yes. Have you looked at the numbers?
I'm just asking you. You
Yes,
really
I
think it
think
was
that.
only 2
Yes.
million
Yes. Yes.
in 4 years?
What Trump was showing you before he got shot was a big fat lie. That graph just shows encounters of people that came to the border. And what
Yeah,
happened
how many?
after
There
that,
was 2 million. Even the Biden administration's DHS said that there was 2 million gotaways in
1.5.
his administration alone.
1.5.
Well, that's what they're alleging. They don't.
Mhm.
How the fuck do you correlate a number that you don't even know how many people were actually got away? That's why they're called gotaways.
Because
That's what,
they look at footprints in the sand. They say, "Oh, we didn't find
bro.
that person."
There's no way you're gonna look at footprints in
That's
the sand
exactly.
and know it's
What do
2
you think
million
they
fucking people.
what do
How
you
do you
think
not recount
what
the same
what
step?
happens? What happens
How
when
do
you
you how do you know when somebody walks over another person's footprint? Oh, is that a
exactly.
third? Is that
Exactly.
a fifth? Is that
Exactly.
so? Is that a whole? Is that like
Exactly.
you
Where do
can't
you think
fucking do
the
it that
Godaway
way,
numbers?
bro?
Where do you think they get the Godaway numbers? How do you think they tally those?
I don't think it's
All right,
footprints
it
in the
is.
fucking sand.
It is.
All right. Well, that's a stupid way to fucking do it.
It's not the only way. That's one way they do it. 60%
Right.
of the people who are here are just visa overstays. We know who they are. They pass background checks. The rest of them either came through a legal port of entry and were told it was okay for a day, like they came here in a day, like a travel visa or something, and they just stayed, or they snuck over the fence. The majority of them passed checks, were allowed in legally. The people that you see on the Biden administration allowing through the gate were allowed in. They were supposed to be allowed in according to the same laws Trump had in place when he was president.
And what
Same thing
what was their why are they allowed in?
for the same work, travel, immigration, or
Bro,
they were doing asylum.
They gave away 6 million social security numbers during his administration. How the fuck can you tell me that it's only 2 million people?
Those are for kids.
I don't care. How do you, if you're going to sit here and tell me it was only 2 million, but they're giving away 6 million social security numbers, that's not 2 million.
Because people
All right, dude.
people have been here since the 90s
Yeah,
who are
dude.
undocumented.
Come on.
This
Don't
explains
be
it all.
disingenuous. You're
Here,
better than that.
you stop it. Listen, look at this.
You're better than that, Pickles.
This is the numbers. You've seen these show you this before. This is the little numbers from our DHS. And it says that in 2018, when Trump was president, we had 11.5 million people. Those people, 1.5 million of those people have been here since the 80s. Those are some of the people shitting
Bro,
out kids.
they've been saying it's 11 million people in this country since the 80s. That's been the number from the federal government forever. They've been saying that
This
for
is
a
what
very
there's.
long
This
time.
is what it's. This is the math, bud.
It's
I'm
always,
sorry.
dude. You can go look at Bush's administration. I'm saying senior,
Bull.
Bush senior.
You're gonna have to
You
show me
can
how
look
they
at.
got it wrong.
I'm just saying that's what the federal government's been saying. It's 11 million. It's not
All
a
right.
million.
If
It's
Republicans
11 million.
and Democrats can both agree that there's somewhere around 11 million, then I guess it's probably got to be somewhere around 11 million, dude.
Look, I'm not against people coming here. I'm really not. I'm absolutely for it. I just believe they should do it the right way.
Again,
There is
I don't.
nothing wrong with coming here and wanting to
Okay.
contribute to the American way of life. That
That's
is what America is
that's
built
a
on,
fun
and
thing
I
to
will
say.
always.
That's
It's
fine.
not fun. I mean that though, dude.
I know, but the answer isn't to go kidnap them all and
I
spend a
agree.
ton of
I
money,
agree.
like
Okay.
140, 170 billion dollars.
That's on DHS as an overarching. It's not towards ICE independently.
This is all
DHS
new. It was 18 billion during Biden or Obama. Okay, it was 18.
DHS
It went from
covers
8.
a broad.
It went from 18 billion to 170. Okay.
It is a broad. It is a broad.
It's all for immigration.
Overarching.
It's all for immigration, and it's worth $0. It's doing negative things to our economy. 100% of it is. 100%.
If you're saying that, what was the GDP that they released at the end of December?
I don't know.
What was it?
I don't know.
I believe it was 3.7.
I don't care if a bunch of rich people
Okay, but
traded
if
money
you're
with
saying-
each other. I don't
If you're
care.
saying that it's affecting our GDP, how did the GDP go up?
This is on top of that, right? All of these
All
things
right, dude.
combined.
All right, dude.
This
But
is
if
a
you're saying it's
10-year.
affecting our GDP, how would our
Yes.
GDP increase?
Yes, because it
Yeah, and then you guys-
increases. It still
Yeah.
increases, and we're losing.
Mhm.
We're losing
Mhm.
1%. A whole 1%
How
as
is it
increases.
increase? And but how do you equate that when you're saying it's going to go down, but it goes up? That doesn't make sense, dude.
I'm sorry this is happening to you, but this is what happens when you do mass deportation. The other stuff happening, it might improve our GDP, but this is the effect of mass deportation.
So you're saying that we should have an effective GDP increase off of people that are coming into our country legally, and you're saying
Yes.
that that's a good thing.
Yes.
That is upside down and inside out.
No, it's not. Like you just keep saying
Why?
illegally. Like
Why?
people,
No.
people smoke weed all the time, and that's so illegal.
That's
They're
totally
illegal
different
people.
from immigration, dude. That's
Okay, how so?
completely separate
What are the bad
issue.
outcomes?
Well, illegal migration and puffing on a doobie are two completely separate,
Okay,
different
and
topics.
I
and
will
you're
make my
making
case.
an argument.
I'll make my
okay,
case.
Go ahead.
Weed, if you buy it on the black market, funds terrorism, funds all of the bad
Funds
people.
terrorism?
Yes, it funds the cartel. It actually goes back to T groups in the
Are
Middle
you-
East. It
Are
actually,
you
yes, it
calling
does.
cartels terrorist groups now?
No, I'm saying it goes back to T groups in the Middle
That's
East.
what you just said.
I said T groups in the Middle East.
Cartels are not in the fucking Middle East, my guy. They're in
Okay,
Central
I'm
and
making a
Southern
whole list
America.
of people who benefit from this, the cartel
Okay.
and T groups from the Middle East. All of
All
these things, also kids who smoke it that don't know it, could have
Bro,
psychosis
don't-
experiences. They could be permanently fucked up for life.
We don't import weed from the Middle East, my
No,
guy.
I know we
thing.
don't. They have
No.
operations here, and they use it to
Alright.
generate money to do terrorist organization things.
All right. Well, if we're talking about weed and you're saying it funds terrorists in the Middle East, I don't understand how you would say that that doesn't make sense. But
That's my case for why I think we should go raid all the red states for possession of weed. We're going to empty out
Okay.
every house, every apartment, and
Can
if
you
people
tell me-
protest, we're going to kill them.
Can you tell me why you're not seeing people in Texas? Because Texas, there's more, and I know that Texas is much larger than Minnesota, I'll grant you that. But why aren't you seeing people out in the streets of Texas interfering with law enforcement, impeding their operations of detaining and removing people?
There's literally protests every Saturday.
I know, but are they doing the same thing that they're doing in Minnesota? Are they walking out in the streets impeding law enforcement,
I don't know,
blocking the
man.
road? Well, you live in Texas. You would
I
think
know
that they
I live in a
you know.
basement.
Well, okay, but you don't ever go outside? You don't ever I don't see any of the news reporters reporting in Texas that there's people impeding law enforcement.
I don't know what this means to
Why is
you.
it only in blue states? Why is it
Because
only in the
because
states
because blue
that are in
states
sanctuary cities?
have the backing of their local governments, and they know that they won't be fucking
You don't see where
tyrannical.
I'm coming at with this? You really gonna walk right into that face first, dude?
You're just thinking, you think that people have an opinion on human rights based on the state they live in and the governor.
Immigration is not a fucking human right. If anything, sovereign nations have the ability to protect their borders. It has nothing to do with human
I'm not saying
rights.
they don't, but what you're doing to
Well,
these
then why are you
people in
correlating it to
Alligator
that?
Alcatraz and not giving them due process, that is trampling human rights.
The Biden administration had 300 ACLU cases with
Uh-huh.
minor children involved
Mhm.
because they were doing the exact same thing
They were
and
not
nobody
doing the
was fucking
exact same
blocking
thing.
the streets.
No, they were
Yes,
not
they
shipping
did.
people to terrorist prisons. They were
No,
not
they were
killing
shipping them to
them.
the interior of the United States. You're right.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
No.
And now we have to increase our budget to 140 billion to go pay again to ship the people out. We
And
should
make our
not be
economy
having
worse.
flip-flops.
Like, again,
We
this
should
is
not.
because of your feelings. If we just give them all
No, it's
amnesty, if
not
we
because
just
of my
leave it
feelings. It's
alone.
federal law.
Yeah, I know. We could
That
just
is
change. What if we just changed the law, made it all legal?
that would be fucking stupid.
Okay, why?
Because then we wouldn't be a sovereign nation anymore, and our country would be overwhelmed.
What are you
We
talking
already
about?
allow 2 million refugees in our country a year.
Oh my God.
And that doesn't
You can't even tell me
include
why.
asylum
It's
seekers.
just feelings, dude. Just feelings.
It's not feelings.
Is there an
To
economic
say that
reason?
you,
Is there a
I
criminal
already did.
reason?
No, I said because you would overload our system. We don't even have enough houses for American
We're in population
citizens.
decline.
You guys are sitting here complaining that people can't afford homes, and you're shipping in 10 million people.
Yeah,
At
that
a
makes
height,
them cheaper.
At the peak. How the fuck does it make them cheaper?
So when you
we're not
remove
even
all these
building enough
people,
homes.
when you remove all these people, homes will go up in price. There will be less people buying
Why would
homes,
what world
and
do
less
you-
people
what?
building homes for those buyers.
Supply and demand. If there is a shortage of a thing and there's more people that want that thing,
In a
the
vacuum.
price of the thing goes up.
In a vacuum, that's true. In
No,
a fifth grade
reality-
classroom, in a vacuum, in a fifth grade classroom, that's true. But in the whole spectrum, like the whole big picture, that's not the truth. It's not the truth. Everything goes up in price.
Pickles,
63.
you-
Hold on, read this too. Over the 4-year policy, 63% of the working population will see their wages fall. So, like, I have a lot of people saying, "Oh, well, if less people are here fighting for jobs, there are going to be more people hired paying jobs." No, the wages fall because there's more to that. There's more economics to that.
I wasn't even talking about jobs. I'm talking about homes.
I know, and that's why I'm just telling you this is an analogy.
So don't
right?
pivot off of homes.
I know
Let's
this
stay
is an
on the
analogy
topic.
for you to understand the microeconomic
I heard-
example of supply and demand. That's fine, but it does not happen in a vacuum by itself on an island. It happens in the
Dude.
middle of an economy.
That is why you're seeing it go from a seller's market to a buyer's market.
No,
Because
that's
there
not
were
why.
in 2020, there were more homes. Yes, dude.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so if take a small city, take a city of 10 people, and they're getting by okay. They're doing okay, and 10
Yeah,
more
and you
people
ship
move in.
100 more people in there, and there's
Uh-huh.
no homes for them to go into.
Oh
What's
my
gonna happen
God.
to the price of
Oh
their
my
homes?
God. And
It's going to
then
go up.
okay, and then the person who owns the bakery makes 700 more sales. And then the
Great.
person
That's
who owns
good
the
on the
car
bakery,
dealership
but they have nowhere
makes
to
more
live.
sales.
There's no shelter.
Dog, the
They can
demand
eat
is
bread.
met.
That's great, but there's
demand
no
is met.
shelter.
These people are living in homes that are already built. They're not buying new homes. They're renters mostly. They can't even
not true.
afford to finance a home because they don't have a social. So they
Bro,
can't
then
do that.
why is it that there's 12 fucking people that live in a 3-bedroom house? That's
probably
how they
bought it
do
with
is
cash.
They pack a fucking shitload of people in one house.
Perfect. So they're absolutely not taking up
So
anyone's
that's
houses.
taking-
They're not taking up. They're very efficient.
They're very efficient by packing more people into a house. That way you can afford the house and they all chip in to pay for the house. which is removing American people from buying the house because 12 Hispanic or whoever want to move into it. That is taking one home from an American citizen.
No, that's not true.
And then you multiply that by how many other people. That is taking, you are removing housing from American citizens and giving them to foreign
Housing
people.
is not,
That creates a housing shortage.
We do not have a finite amount of housing. Houses are built every year and it's dependent
Correct.
on the demand. So again,
Right.
this is just like a fifth grade
Right.
understanding.
But if you're only building 6 million homes a year in the United States since 2008, before that we were building around 12 million.
Okay, so these people are 4%.
And then in the 70s and 80s, it was around 15 to 20 million.
These people are 4%. They've gone from 2 to 4%,
Right.
and as a representation in our population. You
Okay.
think that 12 pack into one house. So we're talking about literally a couple 100,000 people getting a home, and that's what's
Okay.
affecting your housing problem. That's what's going to make it
If
better when they
you're
leave.
taking one, it doesn't matter. If you're already in a housing shortage and you're even taking one away from an American citizen, that is making it harder for Americans to afford a thing.
That's not real.
Because there are people that are in this country that shouldn't be.
That's not true. It's
That
not
is
even a real thing.
100% true.
Houses are going to go up in price, so fewer people effectively will have houses.
Yeah, especially if there's less houses with more people.
No, houses will go up in price when these people leave.
Why? That would create less demand. That would give more houses.
So in Texas, they represent a huge portion of the construction industry.
Of course they do. Yes.
So when they're leaving and prices for labor go up, what do you think happens to housing prices?
When they leave, that means that there will be more houses on the market, which would make them go down. If there's more than the thing, that's supply and demand 101.
Dog,
that is
when your labor doubles for building a house, there's going to be half as many people buying them.
Yeah, dude, that's even another worse situation. There are people out there that are fucking willing to do it for $25 an hour, and if there's somebody that's willing to do it for 15, you're taking the job away from the person that is willing. Whether it doesn't matter if the price is more or less. You're taking jobs from Americans as well on top of that.
That's not true.
And then on top of that, you're building more homes to build for more people.
Again, this is a stupid outrage, really stupid.
It's not stupid outrage.
Because there's not a finite amount of jobs. So when population grows, more jobs open. And the truth is, like I said, when these people are ejected from the economy, 63% of Americans' wages will go down. We have 8 million open jobs and 6 million on unemployment. There's not this giant shortage of things. There's Trump fucking up the economy and the stability of the economy, and people losing their jobs. We've had the worst jobs report in 20 years. Last month, thanks to Trump. I just don't think any of this is creating jobs.
What do you mean? It's not I don't understand what you mean.
Mass deportation doesn't create jobs. It loses jobs.
I've never argued that it does.
Yeah,
I'm saying in 2020, when the prices of homes skyrocketed because you had a bunch of people leaving blue states to go to red states because of their fucking shitty ass governance.
Dude, that's also stupid.
Yeah, bro.
Do you know how many people left California?
It's not stupid.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not saying just California. Yeah, my wife's from California. Her dad left California in 1993 because of the Rodney King riots. He's like,
all right. Well, 1%.
We're getting the fuck out of here.
Less than 1% of Californians left California. I think that's a win for California. I think they're doing just fine.
1% of the largest populated state in the country.
99%.
That's a lot of fucking people.
So
Pickles.
even more people with that's considering the population are happy. 99%.
Bro, no, dude. No. No, fucking no.
Yep.
Everybody in California says, yeah, we love it here. The weather is great. The politics sucks. Our governance sucks. Our roads suck. But
Yeah,
we love it here because
they're
of the
just
weather.
they're just criers, dude. You guys don't have anything special. Republicans don't do anything special that fixes those things at all. They just exasperate those problems. So
Oh,
it's just
really?
effective messaging. Yeah.
Utah's pretty fucking amazing. We actually pay the highest. We pay more in federal tax than any other state. You can look that up.
So
We
that's
also
why
have
they're
a
amazing.
surplus.
That's why they're amazing. Because they pay taxes. And they have money to do things. Yeah. Republicans don't like doing that. That's abnormal. Utah's also just full of Mormons that have tons of money.
For 20 years straight.
Hello?
Because Utah, it governs well.
Okay.
I told you I might lose service.
There you are.
I'm back.
Dry County.
It'll be spotty for a second, but
yeah, like Utah,
there are dry counties
everything
there,
that you might attribute to Utah's success would probably be just Democratic policy, I bet. Like, if you're talking about the things government does for people, that's automatically just puts you on the left, right? Like, if they offer good roads and all that stuff, that's all left stuff. Like progressivism.
It's not, dude. Having good roads is not fucking Republican or Democrat. That's
yeah,
just good
it's Democrat.
governance.
It's
bullshit.
Yeah, so Democrats like
roads are now fucking political divide. What the fuck?
Yeah,
roads are just roads that you drive on.
Yeah, I know they're paid for by gas tax, but that's higher in California because they believe in taxing things that cause harm to the atmosphere or whatever. They believe in taxation to pay for these things.
Environment.
Yeah, the environment. So they tax them properly to have nice roads. Republicans, they cry and they put their hand out to daddy government for money to build roads, and that's why they don't keep up with them very much. We voted for the gas tax also. I love that. Like the things that the Trump administration does not do that gives society peace or things like that, like making things very democratic, like allowing the public to have a say. Instead, Trump is like, my way, iron fist. That's going to cause problems. That's going to cause outrage. And to everybody's surprise, yeah, it's getting worse. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm managing something over here. He left, y'all. He had to go. North Texas just shut down. They haven't even sanded or salted the roads in North Texas. I'm in Dallas. Yeah, I haven't. They definitely haven't done it in my neighborhood, and I'm in downtown. I'd gladly pay more. Dude, I think that's the biggest scam. Registration every year. Like, let us fucking... For new cars, do like fucking... Oh, they do that, don't they? Like 3 years. Dude, Greg Bovino literally looks like a villain. Some agents pull out of... Damn. Border Patrol head departs Minneapolis. He was having a hell of a go at it. Just leaving Minnesota not fired. Yeah, that's what I'm reading too. I don't think he was fired. He's too good of a villain. He's a fucking James Bond villain. Demoted and said he's retiring soon. Please move the phone number so we can read the text. There you go. He said they were leaving Minnesota. Just call Trump Baron. That's who he is. Oh, God, chat. Oh. Is the phone on? Actually, no, it's not. Now it is. What's up, Nemo? Oh, man. Now I'm going to turn it off.
That?
Sorry, that was my phone. What's up, Debo?
No. What up? But no, I think there's got to be a better way that both sides manage this. I would agree that this is too much. I would also agree that the previous administration could have done a better job. So, I mean, how do we go forward from here without fucking ripping the country apart? I don't know, man.
Like,
I don't know.
Mass deportation is going to increase the overall unemployment rate and reduce employment for both immigrant and U.S.-born workers, rather than opening up jobs for native-born. Job loss. Contrary to the belief that deportations free up jobs, evidence indicates that removing undocumented workers causes job loss for U.S.-born workers, particularly in industries like construction and childcare. Studies show that for every 500,000 immigrants removed, approximately 44,000 U.S.-born workers also lose their jobs.
Well, what study is that?
It sounds just like economics to me. It just sounds like regular ass economics to me, dude.
Well, what's the study you're referencing?
Economic Policy Institute.
There's no like title to this.
Trump's deportation agenda will destroy millions of jobs. Economic Policy Institute.
Okay, I'll check it out later. It sounds interesting.
Debo, you had mentioned something about Utah. Could you repeat the stat that you said?
Utah, what about it? Utah pays yeah, we're in a surplus. We pay a surplus. It's $1.8 billion towards the federal government in 2024. Utahns pay some of the highest federal taxes in the state per capita, or to the federal government per capita. Absolutely.
When you say some of the highest, what do you mean?
Well, we pay per capita.
Like top 10, top 5.
I believe we're the highest.
No.
According to what?
Basic mathematics. But
where are you getting this from? I'm saying.
Sure thing, man. USAFacts.org.
That's better than the IRS.
Oh, okay.
This is according
I'm happy
to
to
the
give
IRS.
you the IRS saying the same thing too, if you would.
I mean, I can put up my screenshot if you'd like to see it. I get this all the fucking time. So.
Sure.
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh my. I looked a bit further. Not only is the statement them being like highest net contributor per capita, not only is that wrong, they're a net receiver. Utah paid 42.8 billion in federal taxes, but received 47.5 in fiscal year 2024. That's negative 4.7 billion. So they're a net receiver.
That's
They're not a
10%.
net contributor. Say again?
Is that 10% over budget?
Yeah. It's a little bit over. Yeah, a little bit over 10%. Yeah. In case anybody was wondering what the actual answer is,
Utah paid $48.8 billion in federal taxes and received $38 billion. What are you saying? What are you talking about?
38.
Where are you getting that from?
Oh my God, it didn't work. Hold on. It's 42.8, excuse me, not 48. And they received 32 billion. I don't know where it's only giving me fiscal year 2022 to 23. It's not giving me 24.
You know what's sad is I can't find Utah on a map.
What are you looking at? So I'm looking at University of Utah. So was this Gardner Policy Institute? So I've got that one. I've got USAFacts.org, which you already said you don't like. Gardner Policy Institute, again, backs this up. So, again, California, unsurprisingly, the biggest net contributor. And
they have a deficit. What do you mean?
Deficit does not have to do with the contributions to the federal government.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yes. Yes. Well, that's only because of their fucking ports. Any state that wants to be on the largest West Coast seaboard, like, hello, that's easy. Not only that, they're trying to circumvent California and put an inland seaport, the largest one in the world, in Utah by the Great Salt Lake. But they're pushing back on it because it's one of the largest wildlife contributaries to bird migration. So they're trying to reconvene on where to put it.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like you're trying to downplay the fact that California is the biggest.
Yeah, but
net
that's only because of their ports. That has nothing to do with any. That's their location. That has nothing to do with any kind of like
dude, that's
governance.
That's the equivalent of being like, okay, I know that my team lost, but we played with heart. Like, dude, come on.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
just
more
saying
economic activity in California. And you're going to blame it on ports, and I mean, okay, sure, yeah.
State that was the size of California, that is the largest state on the western seaboard, would be able to pull that off. That's not any significance. It's only due to fucking geopolitics. It has nothing to do with governance. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, of course they get that, and fine, but it's not because they do anything great.
I mean, they also responsibly tax themselves.
Yeah,
responsibly. They have the highest state tax in the country.
There you go.
We can put
there you go. So it's not about the ports. So it's not about the ports. So it's not about the ports.
I'm saying the federal port. Yes, it is, because there's a bunch of fucking federal ports. And not only that, you have naval bases.
Also have really high taxes.
Naval bases in Texas.
Buds is in San Diego, correct?
Buds?
And that's fine. Yeah, the Buds, like where they train Navy SEALs.
Okay.
That's Buds.
How much stuff is in Texas?
Yeah, half of Texas is covered by Mexico, and the other half is the Gulf of America.
Okay, how about Florida?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Right. And what did you say? And Florida also has a
So-
very high GDP. Would you not agree? That's half the size
mean,
of California.
half the size of California, even though it
Yeah.
has far more coastline, right? Surrounded on 3 sides, it's literally a peninsula. What is it?
Sure.
Nobody, you're never more than 90 miles from the coast in Florida.
Something like that. Yeah,
Something like
something
that.
like that. Yeah.
So obviously they have access to the entire, to the Gulf of Mexico and the entire Atlantic Ocean. So you would
Right,
think
and-
that if we're
okay.
talking about ports,
They're also trying to make it eligible for the largest senior population in America to not have property taxes.
hey, there
So
you go.
they are also, yeah, right. So they're not as progressive,
I mean, it sounds
and
really
you have
cool, except for the fact
Right.
that when it comes to total net contributors, it's California, New York, and then Texas.
weird. Yeah, New York's the largest
And
finance sector in the country.
Yeah, and
right?
fucking Texas has all the oil. They're not doing anything
And
brilliant.
where did all those blue states go to? Florida,
Where did
Texas,
the blue states?
You're wrong.
Utah,
You're wrong.
Montana.
More
Arizona.
people move from Florida to California than California to Florida.
That is absolutely bullshit, dude.
It's per capita. It's true.
Fucking per capita? How do you do a per capita on people
listen,
leaving
you
your
yourself
state?
mentioned per capita when I asked you to repeat your original stat about Utah. You said after
That's a
because
different
you
argument.
got pushback
How do you make?
finally. Because
no,
you were very confident the first time you said it, and
I'm
then the
saying-
conversation moved on. The second
Okay.
that I questioned you about this
Okay.
stat, all of a sudden it went from
I was
Utah's
saying
the
what they
highest,
pay per
the highest
person,
per
and now you're
capita.
saying per capita
No, they're not.
leaving. That's completely
Okay,
separate issue.
all right. All right.
Fucking hell.
Debo, I have a giant cookie cake, and I have a tiny cookie. Half
Don't
of the
say that on
cookie,
live.
half of the cookie is stolen off the tiny cookie, and an even slightly bigger chunk is taken off of the big cookie. Proportionally, who lost more?
The tiny cookie.
How many people are like if that were a population of people, half of the population would be upset in the tiny cookie, right? And they leave. It says something, all right? Not the sheer volume of the loss, but the proportionality. It says something.
You're trying to tell me that more people. I'm saying that more people from blue states went to red states, and your counter argument was more people left Florida to go to California.
Mhm.
That wasn't what I said. I said more people left blue states to red states.
And then
And you're
more
countered
people
me
went
with
from red to
something
blue.
that was completely that is not fucking true, dude.
It is.
Even if it was, you're not even staying on the topic of more people leaving blue states to red states.
No, dude.
Your counter
because
argument is one state went to the other state.
You're not.
That is one red state.
This-
That's a
okay,
stupid fucking
What
argument.
what you're saying there
Mhm.
is a talking point. It means nothing if you actually look at the numbers. That's what I'm saying. If you look at the numbers, it means
you look at the
literally nothing.
numbers.
Nobody wants to live in
They-
red states, period. Like, red states
Didn't-
are desolate.
That's not true.
They're
That's
desolate.
not true at all.
They're desolate.
Then how many seats? This is the whole reason that Democrats are freaking out about migration, because they're going to lose congressional seats, because the census counts people as a whole, and it doesn't go towards whether they can vote or not. It just goes however many people are
Yeah,
in your
or
state
we're looking at
contributes
all
to
of these
how
horrible.
many people you get in the fucking house.
Okay,
So when these blue states start losing populace, they're going to lose seats in the house.
that's fun.
That is why they have a death grip on this.
No,
And you guys are sitting here arguing that you're going to fucking allow these states to sit here and manipulate numbers just to have control of the fucking house.
dude, y'all are shipping them to fucking other states. If that was the truth, you'd stop
We're
doing that
what?
shit.
We're shipping them to
Yeah.
detention centers and then sending back to their home
No,
country.
no. Greg Abbott shipped tons of people from Texas to California. Why would he do that? That would be
To
good for
California,
him.
he sent them to Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah,
So that
I'm
they
sorry,
could show
Martha's
the
Vineyard,
elites that
Chicago,
They
everywhere.
didn't give
Yeah,
a fuck about the issue when it lands
you're
at
getting
their
off
fucking
topic.
doorstep.
They helped
No, I'm
all those
not.
people. So
No,
if
I'm
this was
not.
about population, why would you guys send them
Yeah, red
all away?
states are deporting these people. Florida, Texas,
Why would y'all
They
do
are
that?
they are deporting people.
Why would
They're
y'all
not
do that?
manipulating the numbers. They could, you know what? We could just ship all these people to red states and rip all the fucking house seats from New York and California and do all that shit. If we wanted to play
Nobody's
dirty like
doing
the
this.
Democrats do.
Nobody's
No,
doing
I'm
this
saying
for
that's what they should
seats.
do.
Nobody's
Fuck it.
doing this for
Wanted to play
seats.
dirty
Fuck it. Let's
like
just
the
put them all in
Democrats do.
detention centers so that we can maintain control of the House for the midterms.
You're right.
Why don't we do
Debo.
that?
You're
Dude,
right, Debo.
Yeah, we
Those
don't.
detention. It
We
would be
don't.
really
We're getting them
useful
out.
if there
We're
were
getting
detention
them out.
centers, for-profit
No,
detention
I'm saying
centers that
we're
were
not
opened
dirty
up
like the
by
Democrats.
by
We are
two
removing
particular
them.
You guys,
entities.
so in Texas, for instance, there's 8 million Democrats and 5 million Republicans. Y'all are the masters of manipulating numbers to keep power. That's what y'all do. We don't need any
How
help.
so?
We don't
How
need any
so?
help. How so?
How so?
Gerrymandering, dude.
Dude. Oh my God. There's 40% of the voters in Massachusetts are Republican with 0 representation in the House. California, 86% representation of Democrats are in the House with 40% of the vote being
It's a
Republican.
representative democracy. I get that. But the thing is, like, an
So
entire
then don't sit here and
state,
tell me that we're gerrymandering and fucking over our voter base when
you're
Republicans
still
get
the
the most
minority. You're the
voter
minority.
suppression
You're
in the
minority literally
country.
everywhere. Voter suppression is literally a trick of the right. The right always wins and benefits from every single type of voter suppression. We don't benefit from that. When more people vote, Democrats win. That's the truth.
I'm not saying that there aren't more Democrats than Republicans. That's not the argument here. I'm saying Republicans have less representation due to gerrymandering in blue states than Republicans
So y'all want
do.
some DEI, right? You guys get so much more from the Electoral
No,
College.
I want voters to be represented by their base.
No, you don't.
Sure I do. Why not?
One vote.
Advocate for abolishing the Electoral College.
Yeah, why would the fuck would I do that? I don't want a democracy.
Because then
we're a
you would be okay
constitutional
with
republic.
voters getting representation.
No, I don't want
can take
mob
the
rule.
stats. Let's use the stats
There
that you
you
just
go.
said, Debo.
There
Let's
you
use
go.
The exact
You know you're not the
stats that you
majority,
just said.
so that's why you don't want it, and you want to play
No,
the game
I'm saying
to win.
Oh my God!
You want to play the
guys
game
are
to
fucking
win.
Manipulating some shit right now.
So
You
Debo, we'll use the stats that you gave as
Right.
as an argument for your point.
Maryland,
right? No.
Maryland's
The
the same
stat about
problem.
the stat
Okay,
about
go ahead.
California. What was the other? Oh, Massachusetts, I think you said.
Yes.
So Massachusetts, it was.
I think
did
it's
you say-
36 or 40%. It's one of those two. Vote
Okay,
Republican
cool.
in
Yeah,
Massachusetts.
no, let's go with 40. Let's go with 40% is Republican, and yet they have no representation, right?
Correct.
And in
In the
California's
House or the
case,
Senate.
it is what? 40% and what?
I believe I think it's like 32%, but they have 86% of the representatives are Democrat.
Okay, there you go. So 40% of California being Republican,
Mm-hmm.
and their voices are not heard when the Electoral College comes into play.
The
right?
only the only way that we use the Electoral College is for the president, and that is because that is because every state and every person has a say in that election.
Okay.
Not every state gets to say who their representation is for Congress. So that's why they use the Electoral College to elect the president. You can't equate the two.
Sure you can.
No, you can't, because state representatives are from a state.
For representation. You are advocating for voters having their voices heard. You were just complaining about how Republicans in California do not have
state,
their
not an
voices
entire,
heard.
Dude, that's why I made that correlation. The president is by the United States.
You're right.
States representatives are by the state. If you were to just use it the same way, then California, we would never ever have a fair election for a president.
They would
ever
always
again
be
or
fair.
ever before. No, it would not.
They would
Why
always
wouldn't
be
it
fair. would
And
be
not
the
only
most
that,
fair.
Donald Trump won both anyway. So what
There
are you
you
complaining
go.
about?
Yeah.
He won the
Yeah, so what
won
are
the
you scared of?
popular
Yeah,
vote,
and
right?
you guys are sitting
He
there saying
won the
to
pot.
impeach him,
See this.
and
This
you
is my
guys are
point,
sitting
Debo.
there,
Is that
and then
Donald
let
Trump
me
being
finish.
such a wonderful, amazing person won the popular vote.
Yeah,
So
and you guys are
see,
going to
like you
impeach
said, that
him
it
the
would never
moment you get
happen.
fucking
You
control of the
said it
house.
would never happen, but it did though. See,
But it wouldn't have for the past 20
but
years.
it wouldn't. What?
So what? You got one example. Great.
Because y'all don't
it's your
represent
guy.
the majority of America. You guys
No,
need
I'm
DEI.
saying that is a counter argument to by
No,
you
it's
saying
not.
that. Why not? Why not?
Because he won the popular vote. Like he got a plurality. Okay, yeah. Like I'm
yeah,
not
but he
sitting here
didn't in his
questioning
first
that
term. He
result.
didn't in his first term, and you guys were calling him illegitimate president the entirety of his presidency.
Oh, you're saying that he did
His
not.
own staff was,
okay.
dude. Come on.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's the same thing that was said about George W. Bush in his first term, right? Which actually, to be
You
fair,
Democrats,
there was more to that.
Every single election before that, you guys were saying the Republican president was an illegitimate president.
Well,
I don't think that was coming from our
every single
politicians.
Not in Bush term 2, no.
No, that was not coming from our politicians. Coming directly from the
really?
president is so very harmful. Yeah, when
Bro,
Hillary
there
came back
were
on
more
it,
people that objected to the certification of the election of 2020 or 2016 than there was in 2020.
yeah,
More
for real
Democrats
reasons.
tried to fucking
For real
delegitimize
reasons.
Donald Trump than Donald Trump did in 2020.
Okay, but you know
Fucking
that was
spare me.
legitimate, right?
No, it was not.
You know, dude, absolutely.
Why
George
was
Bush
it-
was
why
not
was it
the correct president. Because after the
I'm
court
talking
date,
about 2017. I didn't say 2001.
okay, but you can't conflate the two. You did say that. You said,
I
"Oh,
did
more people
not.
did this than that." This was a real reason to
I said in his
contest
first term. I didn't say anything
This was a
about
real
Bush.
legitimate reason to contest the presidency. You're not going to do this about Trump. Trump had no actual real
I
basis to
didn't
contest
say
the presidency.
shit about Bush. I didn't bring up Bush.
I brought up Bush.
I didn't bring up Bush. I said Democrats delegitimized Trump in his first term during his first election. You had I don't remember the amount of people that were sitting there not to certify Jamie Raskin, Adam Schiff, all the fucking same people were saying that he was an illegitimate, and Joe Biden sat there and slammed the gavel and said, no, Trump is going to be our president. We are not going to do that here.
Dude, don't you think?
Absolutely, yes.
Wow, yeah. Do you think that Trump would do the same thing?
Probably not, no.
Oh, yeah, no, we know that he didn't, because he didn't even go to the inauguration of Joe Biden after Joe Biden kicked his ass, because he was a sore loser.
Where did those 7 million votes go 4 years later?
Oh, this is you now questioning that? You
I'm
want
just-
to sit here and
it's
lecture
an
us
honest
about
question.
questioning results?
Sure, I'm just asking where did they go?
Not just asking. This is you questioning.
Yeah, same thing as asking.
No, not really.
A question and asking are the same
the
thing,
implication
two different
is very
words.
different. Just asking you something would be
Okay,
what's your
yeah,
favorite
I'm
color?
questioning
But if
it
you
by
are
saying,
questioning
where
the
did
results
6 million
of an election,
voters go, dude?
Where did they
I'm
go? They
questioning
stayed
the
home.
legitimacy of where 6 million voters
They
went.
stayed home.
Oh, well, look what that got you. And why is it
What
that
is
only
that supposed
why,
to mean?
why
Was
is
that
it
your
that
attempt at
only
like getting the last
Kamala
word?
Harris
That was
why
kind of dumb.
why is it only states that Kamala Harris won were states that didn't require voter IDs? That's kind of weird.
Wait, you're now questioning the last election?
No,
Oh my
I'm making
God.
It's not a question.
You guys are
it's a
not only are
statement.
you sore losers, you're sore winners.
That's not sore winning. I'm just saying, why did she only win
right
states?
now?
Because
Donald Trump wins both the popular vote and the electoral college. And you're like, yeah,
that's
but
not me whining.
why
That's
is
me
it
pointing
that
out an
the-
observation.
Debo. The reason is because red states that do voter suppression with voter ID definitely
is
got
not
the
voter
advantage.
suppression.
Yes, it is. The math
How?
speaks for itself.
How? What
show you.
American citizen does not have a fucking ID that's above 18?
I'll tell you. It's just math, man.
How many Americans in America don't have a fucking ID?
Okay. It's not
You
how
have
many.
to have an ID to literally do everything
It's not
that you want to do. If you want to go buy something, They'll check your ID
This is
with your credit
just your
card to make sure it's
feelings.
you.
This is just your
If
feelings.
you want to go buy a can of beer, they check your ID.
That's not
That's
true.
Buy
because you're
some,
buying beer.
some
That's not true.
smokes.
That's not even true. If you're a certain age,
Absolutely it is.
if you're a certain age, they won't.
That's
Voter
not
ID
true.
laws won't prevent voter
That is true.
fraud. That's the number one underlying thing. So there is absolutely no voter fraud in regards to
Every
voter
single
ID.
time I go buy a beer, they fucking
This is
scan
outside
the back of my ID.
And listen to
every
this.
time.
Listen to this. Voter ID laws will not prevent voter fraud. Is that correct or incorrect?
I'm just saying, why would you not have to have
Right.
an ID?
So
to
you
prove
have to be
who you are
disingenuous
when you have
to
to
have
do it
a
with
point.
every other facet of life.
Right.
But you want to vote.
Right.
The biggest right you have as an American to
Right.
say, I am this person. Here's that.
Yeah,
Cool.
I know. These are just
There you go. Next.
what you're saying is a bunch of, they call these rackets.
That's not
These are things
suppression.
that, these are teasing yourself with like questions that beg the question. Those are not answers to this question. This voter ID will not prevent voter fraud, period. That is the truth. That is 100% of the truth. That does not do anything besides voter suppression. And the reason Republicans want it so much is they've done the math, and the literal math shows that it will hurt Democrat elections.
Please, dude.
It will.
Have
Right?
you guys ever seen the video of where they go around and ask all these college students, hey, do you think voter ID is voter suppression? They're like, yeah. And then they go and ask other like people outside of a campus. They're like, no, you have to use an ID for everything else.
I know.
Like it's very simple.
That's just
It's
confirmation
not
bias.
suppression.
So when people are in college, they're taught
By
to critically
asking
think.
random people.
They're introduced to things like politics and to voter ID laws and why they've been implemented historically and the way they talk about them historically and the way that they target these ID laws historically is exactly surgically to do voter suppression. And that is 100% fact. It is not a conspiracy.
All right,
it is 100%.
Okay, so let's see how many people vote in states that require IDs, and see how many people vote in states that don't, and see if it's the same percentage.
That's not how you do this.
That's an honest question.
That's not how you do this.
Okay, how else would you do it?
So when you implement a voter ID law, you say that this will kick 200,000 people off of their voter roll. An estimated 100,000 people of those
Why would you estimate it when you why wouldn't you just do it off of states and see how many people are registered voters and then go and actually vote and then do it with states that don't require an ID?
They literally do that.
How is
they literally do that?
That's literally correlating the exact same data.
They do that. They do
and
that.
basing it off of a voter required ID off of someone that doesn't, and see how many voters vote.
Okay,
that's
still,
literally the best way to do it.
It doesn't matter. All you have to do is look at the math. When they do these voter ID laws, like hundreds of thousands of people are tripped up, and those people are specifically the demographic of people that they want to trip up. That's exactly what they do with surgical precision.
There is no way somebody that has that would say, oh well, I don't have an ID, I'm not going to go vote. That is not a reason to say that you wouldn't go vote in any election. That is the dumbest argument.
It absolutely is.
Like ever. No, because like it's like 90-something% of American adults have an ID. Like it's not that many people that don't have an ID.
So.
And if they don't have an ID, they're probably a fucking criminal.
This is just you chewing on things, right? We just look at data.
Sure. I'm just saying, just look at and see if that would give you an argument to see if people that require, if that is would generate voter suppression, because if you require a vote or an ID,
they've done this math. They've done this math.
Okay, look up. Does Texas require you an ID to go and vote? I'm not sure.
Yeah, they passed it at midnight when the Supreme Court.
Okay, no, California doesn't.
Yeah, and there's no voter fraud. So,
wait, what?
What are you trying to fix?
I'm not saying anything of voter fraud. I'm just saying.
Well, that's what it's for, right? You're alluding to the fact that no voter ID is causing voter fraud, and it's not. There's no evidence of that. Literally none. Like less than 6 people or something did it last election cycle. It's for voter suppression. Huh? Hello? Hello, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
What's
Hey,
up?
sorry, how's it going?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, he was the best out of the two, first off. And just, I love the dude. I like his personality. I like how he talks. His policies and morals line up more like mine.
Like what morals does he have?
Well, he's anti-abortion. I'm anti-abortion, or pro-life, whatever you want to call it. I like the deportation thing. I think it's good to have borders and rules to get in the country. I think that's great.
We already have that. We've always had that.
Yeah, but the last administration really didn't do a good job with it.
How so?
Obama, well, I can't remember the exact numbers or whatever, but they let a whole bunch in.
Yeah, I know, but it's not because they weren't supposed to be in. Like the people who were let in were supposed to be let in according to law.
So you're saying that? So you're saying that it's just false news that all the people that floated through the border illegally is not true?
I would say it was overblown, politicized, used to cause hysteria. Yeah.
Well, I would disagree. I mean, I don't. We could go on with that argument and not prove anybody right by looking at, what you pull up on the internet or anything like that.
Well, here's what it says. New data shows migrants were likely to be released by Trump than Biden. So Trump actually was less stringent. So you can't, like during COVID, all these countries were fucked up and they were all migrating and they came to our door. Biden was 50% more likely to expel them, and Trump was only 47. So Biden did enforce the border. You can't just stop extra people because there's more people coming. You can't do that. That's not a thing. You can't just start saying like people with red shirts can't come through. You just have to follow the law. And Trump politicized that and caused mass hysteria. And the real thing is he's tricked y'all to think that mass deportation is good, and it's nothing but bad for the economy.
Do you agree that Biden was probably losing cognitive ability there in his last?
Maybe showing his age. I think Trump is by far worse.
Well, Trump don't get lost on stage and things like that.
Yeah, he does.
I haven't seen it.
He thinks that magnets go poof underwater. He thinks there were airports in the Revolutionary War. He didn't know how to pronounce acetaminophen. I don't know. He literally is like a child when he speaks. I think he's profoundly stupid.
This is a pretty good conversation. We're not arguing or nothing. It ain't getting bitter. Do you think that Kamala Harris would have done a better job than what Trump's doing?
Yes, by far. Yeah.
I don't see how, man. How.
I don't know what you don't see. Like Kamala was a public servant her whole life. She's done nothing but good things. She enforced the law rather than broke the law. She was going to balance the budget. Trump has exploded the budget. Trump has pretty much got military in all of the cities right now, being authoritarian, stomping all over people's rights. Pretty much controlling the world economy from his desk without Congress, invading countries without Congress, talking about invading Greenland, trying to break up NATO. The list goes on. I don't know what was so bad about Kamala. What was so bad?
Well, I guess I'm just not a good debater. I guess I feel all these things, but when I get on, or either I'm not just in the mood to argue right now. Yeah, I'll let you have it, man. I'll jump off. I appreciate you.
All right, man.
All right then. That was one of those situations where it's like, yeah, I'll argue. Oh wait. Oh wow, never mind. Retreat. Abort.
Old John.
How you doing there?
Is that a Matrix outfit?
No, it's just me in a suit and tie.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. How
Yeah.
you doing, man?
I'm all right.
Have you been with all the other stuff?
Oh yeah, pretty. I've drank like twice, if that's what you're referring to, since
Yeah.
Thanksgiving.
Dude. I love that.
I made a deal with myself. If I want to, I can drink a couple times a week. But I just really, it's kind of nice waking up like sober. It's kind of cool being sober for a while.
Damn, dude. I love that. All right, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion. Look, man, I don't think we've talked about Minneapolis, have we?
Yeah. How do you feel about Alex getting executed after they took his gun from him?
Well, like Renee Good, I think it's unfortunate, but I don't think the federal officers really did anything wrong.
Do you think that we should be not like nothing should change in the behavior of those officers? We should allow them to continue killing people because of their feelings?
I think that in the case of Renee Good, she hit the federal officer with her SUV. And I think in the case of Alex there, he took he was confronting federal officers with armed with he was armed when he was confronting federal officers, and I think that's very reckless and inappropriate.
Still, when they disarm you, in any case, like this has happened 900 times over the past few years. No one died. How come they had to shoot somebody?
Well, I think that that it happened very quick, right? In the matter of a few seconds, the office. I'm just speculating, right? I think that there might have not been knowledge of how many pew pews the man had. Maybe they thought he had an extra one. And also, too, maybe if somebody just said the word, pew pew, that's not what they said, but you know what I mean, the
So
G word.
you're pointing out obvious flaws in training. These are obviously untrained people that don't know how to de-escalate. They don't know how to handle a situation, and that is a huge mistake. That is a training error. You don't yell gun. So for there to be no corrective action or investigation shows that they want this to continue and they want more violence. They want more uproar. One thing that could cause peace, this is what a normal president would do, is like come out and say, hey, we need to do the responsible thing. We need to like think of Obama giving a speech. We need to make sure that they're following the law and protecting citizens safely and that they don't feel in danger. And so yeah, there's a speech for both sides for this. It's definitely not what Trump and his administration is doing, which points to me that they just want more violence. They literally are cheering for it, and they're giving y'all ammunition to demonize the people who are victims of these officers. And they're just basically creating a bunch of sycophants, I guess.
I think it's a terrible idea for the left to think that that armed citizens should go and confront federal officers. Do you disagree with me?
So I think you would disagree with yourself. The whole point of 2A, if you ask any right winger, would be to stand up against a tyrannical government, right? And we have a military state right now, military state with just military everywhere.
You understand how ironic this is this is what the right always used to say and the left used to say. That's absolutely crazy to say that the government has tanks and
So which
and
side
these
are
types
y'all?
of things.
Which side are you on?
No,
Have
I
you
just find
changed
it ironic.
sides?
I find it ironic.
So do you think
That's
that
all.
everybody like I'm in Texas, we have 2A. The whole idea around Republican ideology is like everyone should have guns. Everyone's safer with guns. And he wasn't at a protest, by the way. So if a federal officer just is inside of you, do you have to just yell at them, "Hey, I have a gun"?
No,
Like,
I'm
no.
just trying to tell you. You
Like,
talk
this is
about
stupid.
escalate. Go ahead.
Like this guy was simply he was being very polite. He was just trying to help the lady. He wasn't showing
Okay, but prior he was in
violence.
the he look, it's a similar situation with Renee Good. They're impeding. What do you say? Impeding investigation, obstructing justice, causing trouble. Call it whatever you want, man.
That
It's
guy was
like,
actually trying to help cars pass. He was making things feel better. That's not
okay,
true.
he's in the middle of the road. Well,
He
he's
was
in the
waving
middle of
cars
the
by,
road.
helping them pass.
Okay, but wasn't he there protesting ICE?
No, he was recording because he saw an encounter with ICE and a woman.
Okay, look, okay, so look, this was the narrative with Renee Good for a while with people I talked to on the left. That supposedly she just was backing out of her driveway, and that's why she was in the middle of the road. Man, dude, this is BS. I don't know all the details of with Alex here, but I don't think he was. I mean, he was there protesting them, right? I mean, right or no?
I think he's just recording them. No, it does. There's no signs of him
Why is he there
protesting
recording them? Why?
because they've been killing people.
Look, man, for the I don't know how many years we've heard this rhetoric from the left about Yazis and fascists, and I've heard about ICE, Gestapo, all this, dude. It's reckless rhetoric.
I think it's a perfect parallel. You have to dissect it and tell me how it's not. So, like right now, you guys are destroying the economy by hunting these people down because you're so filled with anger and hatred. You have no actual idea what the implications are of doing this. You just want to do it, and you're focused on national security and the law. That is literally Nazi rhetoric. It's literally every fascist rhetoric. It's a perfect parallel. You guys are that of 2026. You are that.
You realize the Yahtzees unalived approximately what 30, 40 million people. Don't you think this is a ridiculous
Did you
comparison?
know that the Yahtzees were crying and bitching about Jewish people when they were only 1% of the population, just like migrants?
Okay, I okay, man. Look, I'm gonna say this. All right, the the Democrats under Biden created this problem. Okay, they allowed millions of illegal immigrants
That's
in.
not
They did it
true.
on
He had
purpose.
great deportation numbers, so it's not true.
Oh my. All right. Look, I looked to Piers Morgan. It's approximately 10 million illegal immigrants. That's the number he gives, and he's a liberal, man.
I
10
don't care what
million.
he's what number.
Under
Where is he getting
Biden,
that number?
dude. Yep. Pickle.
Why are you
You're in.
choosing that over just like the math and the primary resource?
You all are in Texas, right?
Yeah,
I'm in
Okay.
Georgia.
I remember a couple years ago. What did I see on the TV?
Pierce is not liberal, by the way. He's
Fucking caravans coming through in Texas. They were trying to put up like what razor fencing, and the feds cut it, and we watched all these people just fucking come it. Dude, it was an invasion, and the Democrats did it on purpose because they want to secure future power, and they believe that it's all
we
anybody who
already
questions.
have the majority. We don't need more voters, right? Like you guys are not the majority in most of the states you hold power in. Voters wouldn't really matter. You guys just cheat your way into holding power anyway. Even in Texas, there's 8 million liberals and there's like 5 million Republicans. Even if we doubled that, you guys would still hold power somehow, I'm sure. That's not what it is. And again, we have all the numbers showing that Biden did far more deportations. We weren't just letting them in. And this is just the rhetoric from the right. This is a scare tactic from all fascist regimes where they get you to obsess over things and propagandize you with like one murder over the course of 2 years and get you all hyped up. And when I point out the implications of what it's going to do to the economy, all of it's bad, 100%. It's so bad and so expensive. The numbers are jarring and you don't care. You just want to focus on the law. And it's just as irrelevant as I've been bringing this up a lot. If I were to go to every state and because weed is federally illegal, if I were to go and just have $140 billion police unit scoop everybody up who had weed, I want to fence every single person's house with a fine tooth comb, and if they have weed, they're going to prison because that's the law. Do you think that would be a good use of our taxpayer dollars?
In that particular case, no.
Why not?
Because the what you're describing there is as substances go is not completely benign. Like I told you, I can't do it. It drives me fucking crazy, literally. But overall, it's pretty benign.
Yeah, so is immigration.
I don't. Look, anybody who questioned what was going on a couple years ago was just called a racist.
Okay, you're not addressing this, right? Like you are
Dude,
racist if you can't answer this. Like if you can't figure out like a legitimate reason for mass deportation, you're absolutely like bigoted and racist. Yeah.
no, I'm looking at Western Europe. I'm looking at the fact they're on the brink of a civilizational collapse, and if it wasn't
Well,
for Trump, that would
I
have
mean,
happened.
in the case of Western Europe, it's a completely different demographic that is involved, so it's not
Mm.
you can't really draw a parallel there.
Oh, so are you saying some immigrants are better than others?
No, you're
Oh,
implying that the two are exactly the same.
what's different about it?
They have a high
In the case of
percentage.
Europe,
Yeah.
it's that there was a refugee crisis as a result of the Syrian civil war and other destabilization events within the Middle East, which we were part of. Europe was as well, to be fair. And in the case of the United States, it's Central America.
It's actually it's all over the world here in the U.S. too, though. I mean, it's not.
But there's
It's
no
one of
actual bad outcomes. Like the crime is non-existent. The social thing, like the the things you're saying are happening. Like, they're not happening. No, like I get along very well with just about every immigrant I've come in encounter with. Haven't you? I actually went to 7-Eleven the other day, and this guy had an accent. He was Middle Eastern. Um, I I was $1 short in cash for paying it, and I had like $60 worth of shit. He pulled $1 out of his pocket and uh paid the rest of my balance. Like these are the people you're kicking out.
does it not bother you at all that we're seeing like all kinds of free money and free housing? Like a couple years ago, they're being put up in hotels in New York
That
for
was
like $50.
propaganda. Those were asylees. Those were legally present
Okay, look,
asylees.
look, the Biden administration loosened asylum laws too. Okay, look,
No, they
this
didn't.
is what I'm. Okay, so when Vance is debating that jackass waltz on this, you're telling me Vance was lying or wrong? Is
Yeah,
that it?
Vance lies
Okay,
all the time. Yeah.
all right, man. I
Can you
just
just tell me what law changed? What he did to
just
relax asylee?
understanding of it is they basically just said just that when they show up the border, just say they're claiming asylum.
All right. Well, that's just a conspiracy,
They
all right?
wanted
Like,
to
if you
sit.
could show me a memo from the State Department saying to do that, then you got something. But you don't. This is just a conspiracy. It's wild. It's stupid.
This really is fascinating to me that we can watch the same videos like in Minneapolis, right? And I can talk to you about the border and I talk about an invasion and I say all these things and we just live on different fucking planets, man. I'm trying to
I agree. Like, I'm sitting here looking at facts. I'm looking at data. I'm looking at implications of the economy. Looking at things very objectively. And you've got all of these like weird hangups where you just got to look at other countries and be like, what if it's just so bad it gets like that? Like, you are radicalized.
um I would say that well, look, just I mean, when I look at a trans woman, I see a man, you see a woman, so there's another difference. But look, man, look, I will admit to you that I wonder sometimes if maybe my resentment for the left, like from C19, I can go through that with you. I'm sure I have before. I would imagine the Democrats, the left, and look, I voted for Kerry, man, back 20 or so years ago, right? I just think you people are fucking crazy.
I don't think that's even a Democrat thing. Nobody on the Democrat side went around saying this for 10 years like y'all did with your rhetoric. This is just something organic you see in every Western country where people are being more accepting of this. This is not a political movement. This is just organically society is maturing and deciding that harmful rhetoric and like exclusion from media and stuff was a bad idea, and it had societal implications that I don't know cause people to be violent or kill themselves, and
You
we're trying to
probably
undo that.
okay. Look, holding people emotionally hostage by saying that people are gonna unalive themselves unless we acknowledge their mental illness. Look, man, that's putting people in a rather awkward position. But I'll tell you this, man, you probably don't know because you were probably like, I don't know, maybe 5 years old at the time. When Kerry and Edwards were running back in '04, they wanted civil unions, okay? Which I thought was reasonable because, like I say, I believe in
You're
being
not even
tolerant.
religious.
I know that, okay, but I know we've had look. Well, I believe in a spirit world. Um, but when I say I believe what the idea of civil unions led to, okay, fine. I said okay. I acquiesce to gay marriage. I don't really think it's that great an idea. Just call it civil unions, but fine. You want
Why?
to because it's not the same as marriage. That's why.
Why
Because
is
it's
it not the same?
because marriage is between a man and a woman, a
Says
biological
who?
man and a bio says biology.
Biology?
It,
There's no
Johnny,
such thing
thank
as
you
a
so much.
biological marriage.
thousands of years of human history and tradition and
Thousands of years of human history and tradition? No.
Half of all marriages fail. There's nothing sacred about marriage.
okay, I'm not married. I've never been married. I have no desire to get married. I'm just telling you it's a deviation. When I say I believe in tolerance, I just think people should try to be straight, but if they can, it's okay. Like me drinking gin. I should try not to, but if people need to drink like me, that's okay.
Well, one is a vice, the other one is just who you love.
Well, wait a minute here. Is me drinking gin a choice?
Are you currently drinking gin?
No.
Is that because you choose not to?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so people could theoretically not engage in gay behavior, right?
No. I mean,
like, I guess
it's a weird
literally,
ask. You'd have to
yeah.
justify that, but that's a weird ask. Yes, literally they can, but like there's science behind the attempts of conversion therapy, and it just turns out that it's just torture. You can't undo that. It's not a behavior.
So you think? I mean, do you think? So you think addiction is a choice?
I think that's a very
Kinda.
hard question.
Yeah, it's my it's what? It's a gray area. You say maybe.
That's
Well,
a
I
really
mean,
as an addict myself, as a recovered / recovering, uh, I would not consider addiction something someone has complete control over.
yeah, it's a disease, like everything.
Okay, but is being a P3DO or a serial unaliver, are those choices? Because there probably is a genetic compulsion to both of them.
I'm sure there are things like biologically true about somebody that might make them more susceptible to that kind of behavior.
Right.
But I think in the end, yes, those are chosen behaviors, and environmental things could have impacts on those. But not all behaviors can be changed. Not all of it. Like you, for you to like, we can obviously see the wrong things about pedophilia and the wrong things about other stuff, and say yes, you should change. But there's no reason to ask someone to change that they are gay. There's no it makes no sense to me.
Just think that all conscious behavior, not falling asleep and waking up, or not getting thirsty, or using the restroom, those are not. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about conscious behavior that's questionable is a conflict between the id and the superego. Do you think I'm wrong on that?
I'd have to learn about the id and the superego.
He's getting this
Look,
from Peterson. Who cares, dude?
no, I'm not.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
Freud. Isn't Peterson?
Jordan Peterson has said the same thing. So listen, man.
Yeah.
I guess you're trying to turn this into us discussing, like, I don't know, psychological concepts and muddy the conversation into something that ultimately is irrelevant in an effort to try and seem like you're being, I don't know, reasonable in your motivations to say, no, you don't like it when gay people get married.
Look, I said civil unions were okay, and I even
Yeah,
acquiesced.
no, see, that's the thing, dude, is that South Park nailed it. 20 something years ago when they made an episode on this. They nailed it.
Someone paid to kick and Kristen. Kristen W. Kristen's in the chat. Kristen says, please stop John now. Thank you so much, Kristen. What's up, Jonathan?
I just wanted to say real quick that his argument about P3DO behavior is stupid because that harms society, right? Incest type behavior harms society, right? Two men who love each other, that does not harm society in any way, shape, or form. Homosexual behavior between women and men does not harm our society in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know why he's trying to jump through all these hoops to try to paint it in a bad light or even paint it like addiction. Addiction harms society and it harms the individual who's engaging in the addiction, right? They're more likely to just unalive themselves, right? They're going to struggle for the rest of their lives. I'm sure everybody here knows how destructive addiction is. That's not the same as homosexual behavior. That's just a shitty comparison.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that in there.
Thank you. Sometimes I'm way too objective and I don't get emotional enough. But yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Y'all, if y'all don't follow him, he's fucking brilliant. He's really smart. He's good content. Jonathan Morton is his name. You should also follow Nemo. He's kind of smart too.
Sometimes.
Way smarter than me.
But the South Park episode, like what I was telling him, so it was the episode where they talk about gay marriage, and I don't know, some person on there is like, what if you were able to do all the same things as marriage, but we didn't call it that. Instead, we call you butt buddies. Instead of marriage, butt buddies. Same benefits, no difference whatsoever, but we don't use the word. Literally, South Park perfectly illustrated the absurdity of doing civil unions. Like, it's a word. Why? Look from the legal
Especially
context, it's the exact same.
As somebody coming from someone non-religious, it makes no sense.
Yeah. I was hoping that he was gonna invoke the religious thing because he was gonna cite Christianity or Judeo-Christian values, whatever, which marriage predates that. It existed in shit. I always mix up Mesopotamia. Yeah, that came.
Yeah. And the argument they have for that is, oh well, what was the structure? It was one man and one. I'm like, ugh. They're so obsessed. They don't know why they want it that way. They just do. It's bigotry.
I think that Mesopotamia actually allowed marriage between people of the same sex. Don't quote me on that, but I remember like vaguely it was when Charlie Kirk went to the British place. Was it Cambridge? Yeah. One of the guys that he debated, they got on to gay marriage and he mentioned Mesopotamia, and Charlie Kirk basically went the route of, okay, but what was the structure? Or I think he asked the question of name a society before the modern day that allowed for marriage between the two people of the same sex, and he mentioned ancient Mesopotamia.
Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I went to college. I just wanted to comment on since the last host wanted to go the psychological route, I figured I'd play along. I won't be very long.
Okay.
So, I don't have any sources to back this up. This is just my opinion, not to be taken as legal, financial, or medical advice, yada yada. In the MAGA mind, what is left of it? There is a presupposed hierarchy, right? We all know this, with the straight white man at the top. That is how their mind works. Given that, now you can understand why they have problems with things like homosexuality, specifically between two men, as well as trans women. Within homosexuality, there's no clear person that is to be the object. In a man and woman relationship, they view the woman as the object to be objectified. In a two-man relationship, it confuses them. Now on to trans women. They don't understand trans women, or they have a particular problem with trans women because they don't understand why somebody would quote unquote willingly give up their spot at the top of the hierarchy for that. That also explains why they have a problem with these things, but don't seem to have a problem with the files, with widespread abuse in the Catholic Church, things like that. Because in those instances, a man, usually older, is still in a position of power. It's disgusting. Don't take this as me advocating for it, but that's a better psychological explanation.
I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I appreciate it. Feel free to drop me down now. I just wanted to add that to it, unless you guys have any questions.
No, dude, thank you so much. And W for college, dude.
Hey, no problem. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Let me fact check myself. So
they did.
Ancient Mesopotamia allowed for same-sex relationships, but not the marriage part.
Oh, including prayers for their blessings and legal mentions in some laws, suggesting they weren't inherently taboo, though a direct equivalent to modern institutionalized gay marriage isn't clearly documented. Rather, these were culturally integrated unions, sometimes with specific roles like daughtermen, allowed to marry women for figures in cultic roles, embodying gender fluidity and showing acceptance beyond just heterosexual norms, but often focused on male-male bonds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so as far as just relationships in general, so same-sex relationships, that was extremely common. Just as common as it is today. Like people say, "Oh, this is just out of control. It's all over the place." No, this has been normal since the dawn of time. So in Greece, like all the different city states within Greece, this was extremely common. It was just kind of like a I guess a fact of life when it comes to male bonding. It was inevitable that type of thing would happen. As far as marriage is concerned, it looks like ancient Mesopotamia didn't prohibit it, but it also there's no primary source that shows that they allowed it. But Egypt did, like ancient Egypt. So we're talking like 2400 BC. They allowed for same-sex marriage. So this has been around for a long time. Alexander the Great. Yeah, no, that's a good point, Sammy. Like Alexander the Great had had a wife, I think, just one. But it was accepted that he was probably bi, more than likely.
Which is still a W. Way big dubs.
Abraham Lincoln was likely bi? I haven't heard that one before.
I like that. Google search is insane. Was Abraham Mesopotamian? It was a topic of historical debate, with some scholars pointing to his intense friendships and intimate letters with men, especially Joshua Speed, as evidence of same-sex attraction, while others emphasize his marriage and children, suggesting his behavior is common in 19th century men. That evidence is weak, though new films and scholars are bringing this reinterpretation to wider attention, acknowledging that historical understanding of sexuality has evolved. There's no definitive proof, but arguments suggest that he was queer, bisexual, or that his male intimacy was deeply significant, even not purely sexual as understood today. He shared a bed and home with his close friend Josh. And his letters to Speed express deep affection. Intimate language. Some of Lincoln's letters to Min contain language interpreted as romantic or passionate. I love this. Total Bert Nerdy vibes.
Oh wow. I'm gonna have to read more about this. That's wild.
This is way new to me. Sharing beds in room was gone. They shared beds a lot back then. Okay, we'll say, well, that's fair. There's no definitive smoking gun, sexual accident, state entertainment, registered guard. Bovino just
Log
got
cabin
demoted.
Republicans, you know. Is that why they called it that? Like, is that the reference?
Whoa.
Because of Lincoln? Really?
Lincoln Logs. Whoa.
Wow. I'm genuinely
blown.
shocked.
Whoa.
I never knew that. I never knew that, like, it was literally a reference to Lincoln.
Whoa.
Because, like, the log cabin thing, I mean, I can kind of, like, yeah, I could kind of figure that one out, you know, Brokeback Mountain type situation, right? But wow.
He was also a vampire hunter. That is true, Lindsay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's historical fact.
JFK 2?
No. JFK? Dude.
I'm going to be gay as infamous. He maintained deeply close lifelong friendship with Kirk Lemoyne, an openly gay man. Billing was his constant presence in JFK's life, even having his own room in the White House. He might not have been.
I feel like the only way that JFK would have, like, any evidence that he would have been anything other than straight is that he ran out of women in his immediate vicinity. Because I mean, the dude he got around. He every woman in DC with a pulse during those 3 years. That was him. Yep. But all right. Shit. All right. JFK remembers Maryland. Yep. Maryland. I remember, like, I was told about the two of them before I saw the infamous video of her singing "Happy Birthday" to him, and I thought, okay, I mean, I guess, you know, she's famous, uh, you know, she's a celebrity at the time. He's a handsome president, maybe, you know, maybe okay. Then I saw her singing "Happy Birthday" to him, and yeah, no, they were a lot, like a lot. They were getting it in a lot. You don't sing that way to somebody normally.
Have y'all watched that Lee Harvey Oswald show? It's good. Well, it was, the name of the show is whatever date JFK was shot, and it's what's his name? Fuck. God, my brain sucks. 11/22 something. Yeah.
11/22/63.
Yeah.
Stephen King wrote that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. It's really good. James Franco, thank you. It's James Franco's in it, and he actually does really good. But he's falling around Lee Harvey Oswald and spying on him. He's like time traveler style, and it gets really interesting. It's really good, and you kind of get a. It kind of gave me a perspective of Lee Harvey Oswald. I didn't know, like he was, uh, like a raging communist.
Yeah.
Beat his girlfriend or wife. Uh, just read books all the time, and just how that tied into the place where he chose to shoot. It's crazy, crazy.
Yeah. When I started like getting deep into learning Cold War history and got to Kennedy, um, that's when I learned that Oswald was, yeah, he was. I probably like if he were alive today, he would be like your standard tanky. Like that's essentially what he was. He was just like he was a hardcore communist and spent time I think in the Soviet Union, and then I think he spent time in Central America.
You know what's
Or
crazy? I live
what?
on the street Lee Harvey Oswald rented a room in Dallas.
Really?
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. It's a big street. Please don't stalk me, chat. What's the number 4? I need to take it down. We just hit 4 hours. His wife's from Russia. He married her there. The grassy knoll is really close to my house. I literally like pass it all the time. It's like you have to. I drive through there all the time. It's like a normal place everyone drives all the time.
So did you see like a big group of people? I think this would have been 2021. I think it would have been around inauguration day. Basically, all the Q people, their brains broke after Trump lost. And then they started spinning up a bunch of conspiracies about like, oh, he's still gonna blah blah blah. Then apparently somebody whose screen name was I think -48, I think was his name. Uh, he managed to convince a bunch of people that I guess JFK was coming back, and it was gonna happen on place grassy knoll the road.
Oh wow, no, I didn't. I didn't witness the JFK rapture.
Oh, JFK Jr. My bad. Yeah.
The grassy knoll. He was bringing Elvis with him, dude. So many people lost their minds because a lot to do with Trump's anti-government rhetoric. People's minds just melt when the fabrics of society are torn apart like that, and I don't know. It's so wild for them to stand on the other side of this and say that we're crazy.
Yeah.
JFK and JFK Jr. and Biden was a man in a skin suit, uh, all sorts of shit.
I mean, like, at least with JFK Jr., obviously this was all bullshit. They had there's apparently a guy, I can't remember his name. There's a guy that looks a lot like JFK Jr. To be fair, they look very close. Like imagine JFK Jr. but older, and that this dude, they were convinced that it was him. Which I mean, that part is stupid, but I mean they do look a lot alike.
Oh man.
D says no, he doesn't. Who's the person? Because I saw, and maybe it was like a I don't know a very specific picture that was used because whatever. Um, But yeah, I can't remember the name of the guy. He's some public figure.
People are saying everybody has doppelgangers. Who's Nemo's doppelganger, chat? Who's my doppelganger? Who's Nemo's doppelganger?
So I'm really bad with people like give me compliments and whatnot. So go into what I'm about to say, knowing this. Okay, this is not me humble bragging.
Mm-hmm.
People have repeatedly said, "What's his face?" Wow. The last Batman, not Pattinson.
Affleck?
Shit. Yes, there we go. Ben Affleck. People keep saying that. And I mean, I personally don't see it, but people bring that up. They say that a lot.
Eric from True Bug from Pickles, Eric Northman. I'll take that. I'll take that any day. Skarsgård.
Bill Skarsgård. Yeah. Wait, is it Bill?
No, the other one.
There's like 5 of them.
I'm looking at this picture. Someone in the comments says I look like this guy. He takes pictures like me. I fucking stare in the camera like that. Okay. Okay. Bill Skarsgård from the It movies. What?
Is that Bill Skarsgård?
Yeah.
Because I can't remember which one is which. Because there's the father, which he's been in all sorts of shit for years and years and years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the dude who played Pennywise, and then there's another one, and I think there are 2 others, but I think that the 2 others are more Europe based.
Yeah.
Stellan, there we go. Hold on, I'm gonna look this shit up now. I think
Alexander
there's like 5.
Skarsgård. That's who it is. Alexander Skarsgård. Bill Skarsgård is amazing. I think he wrote like the last It. Or no, I think he had a lot to do with the show. I look like tall Rob Dyrdek. Dude, Rob Dyrdek is a fucking wiener. I don't like him.
Damn. Yeah, this is like a dynasty. Okay, so you got Stellan Skarsgård. He's the father. Dude that was in Thor. Okay, then you got wait for it. Hold on. Alexander Skarsgård. He was the guy who played Tarzan in the last Tarzan movie. I'm just reading off IMDb of whatever it says. Then you got Gustav Skarsgård. He was in Oppenheimer. Who did he play in Oppenheimer?
Jesse Eisenberg is 42. Whoa. Someone said I look like Jesse Eisenberg, chat. I get it.
Yeah.
He seems like a fucking asshole. He's a good actor.
Yeah.
He seems like a fucking asshole.
I don't know if he's like an asshole in real life. I know that what's his face? The guy who played Flash in the Justice League movie. And he's like the obscurial in the Fantastic Beast movies and some other stuff. Apparently, he is. Yeah, Ezra. There you go.
He's really problematic.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that he's got all sorts of drama. Stan from South Park, if he was real and grown. I wish I could be political too. I don't agree with Heath. Heath Ledger, come on now. The legend.
Actually, out of all the people that have been named, I see Heath Ledger the most.
On me?
Yeah. No, pull up a picture of Heath Ledger smiling. Because I think everybody else that was brought up, they don't have the dimple situation. But yeah, no, I can absolutely see that. Like, big, toothy smile.
Come on. Okay. Yeah. Rob Dyrdek, 100%. Oh.
You got one where he's not, like, cheesing.
Ugh. Right. I'll look for another one who's not cheesing.
I mean, actually, yeah, the one right above the Joker picture. There you go. He's not. I know he's not like smiling in that one, but I'm saying like, if you were just listening to someone while they were talking to you, and just kind of like looking at the camera, it would be that face. Because like most people can't hit that I don't know, model staring at the camera face just on cue.
That's my favorite Heath right there.
Yeah, it's the jaw thing. It's the jaw. Like that's what originally threw me for a loop, because when people were saying Jesse Eisenberg, I thought, yeah, but you got a wider jaw. But yeah, no, it's Heath Ledger.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Oh, yeah. Robin.
Oh. Yep.
The no eyebrow sitch. That's me.
Mm-hmm.
He's okay. He's okay. He just kind of plays like a flustered kiddo.
If Heath and Levitt had a baby. Was it? Yeah. Yeah, Joseph Gordon Ledger. There you go.
He's extremely anti-Trump. Fuck yeah, dude.
Based.
Keith would have been too. I just know it. Billy Joel Armstrong is not so bad. Do Sebastian Stan. Guys, one day in the near future, if Trump stops defunding shit, we're going to find out how to make men like me have beards. All right? Science will get there. I will have that.
I mean, depends on how hard you want to commit.
Yeah, I'm not
But
doing. Yeah.
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 Like, I mean,
fuck
if you wanna really commit and get religious with minoxidil,
Oh.
it'll work.
Oh.
You don't have
yeah.
to do like any kind of surgical thing.
Oh, yeah.
Minoxidil will work. Just it's biology. It will work. or I guess pharmacology, but you can't stop.
I'm just too young for one. I'm almost 40. It's forever. You can't stop it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He has a great beard for a Canadian. He's
For a
Georgian.
Canadian. I'm not Canadian, pal.
I own a HRT clinic. We do what? Do you really?
Interesting.
My dad takes minoxidil blood pressure. Something his hair looks thicker. I see they're doing minoxidil pills too. I don't know how that makes sense to me.
That's actually how they first discovered minoxidil.
Really?
So what's really funny is so you've got minoxidil, tolafadil, I think is, yeah. And wow, hold on. There's the I don't want to say the brand names because it'll give it away. Hold on.
Have you ever had my test tested? I have. I have very normal testosterone levels. And I was actually on TRT for a while. But I was also blackout drinking, so it probably didn't work.
How rough was it getting off that? I thought that was like a lifetime thing.
Getting off of
TRT.
Oh, you pretty much, if you want to keep the effects of it, you do. But I did it completely unsupervised. I was blackout drinking, so I
Jesus.
just like completely. But
So okay, all right. It's so minoxidil. They originally discovered this because minoxidil is, I guess, somewhat related to tadalafil and sildenafil, whatever sildenafil, which
yeah,
which is Viagra and Cialis.
yeah.
So minoxidil was originally being studied. I think it was for blood pressure. It was to try and help with blood pressure. The same thing was true with Viagra. It was originally being used for blood pressure when it was being, I guess, studied. And then in the case of the first two, it was because they discovered, oh wow, hey, people, there's a lot of pressure somewhere. In the case of minoxidil, what they found is that if you take it orally, you just get hairy all over. Like subjects that took it would just naturally start growing more hair all over their bodies. And then that led to topical, and then we get Rogaine. All Robin Williams like, yeah, exactly.
The Onion. Trump alleges Democrats secretly paid Alex Preddy to be a model citizen. Oh, man. My cousin knew Alex. Dude, Alex just seems like the fucking most solid dude ever. My mom asked me, it's actually a huge conspiracy that I see some of my Facebook friends saying that, like, they're definitely paid. Why would you ever why would you ever take money to go to a protest? Like, they just know it's true for some reason, that people, these are all paid actors. What's his name? Head of the FBI, fucking dumb fuck.
Oh,
Cash Patel. He just came out and he said he's going to be investigating the sources of all the funding for all of these protesters in Minneapolis. He's investigating the funding because they're getting paid.
It looks here like Chase Bank is funding protesters. Chase Bank sent direct deposits to this individual's bank account. Never mind that those direct deposits were literally paychecks. Chase Bank is funding it.
Good triple raise, like 200K. Holy crap. Good night, Ashley. If they want, they can look at my bank account if they want. I mean, I've actually seen Craigslist ads for people they're trying to fill Trump rallies. Whether they're true or not, I don't know. I don't put it past him though. I mean, Trump is obsessed with crowd sizes. He's the only person who would pay for that.
Yeah. When he first announced, he paid people to be there. Like, not everyone, but people were given like $50 to be there to cheer for him. Also, in like 2022 ish, there was a guy, he's a black dude that would always appear behind Trump at a lot of his rallies.
Yes.
Wearing like a Blacks for Trump shirt.
Yes.
And it was the same dude.
Yeah. Yes. There was a woman too that, remember the woman that freaked out at McDonald's when she saw Trump? She was paid. She was paid actress.
Nice.
She was also like, she had all sorts of political ties.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about that woman that staged her own kidnapping? Did I do this on stream or did I read this somewhere else? There was a woman who staged, it was MAGA. She staged her own kidnapping and hired a scarification artist to cut her up so that when police found her, she could say that somebody, like a liberal, did this. And they like wrote like MAGA whore or something on her. And like after investigating, they found out that she staged it herself, that she hired a scarification person to come slice her up. So crazy.
I remember seeing that. It was crazy too, because I remember seeing the original headlines, and you know, it was innocent woman is brutally attacked and mutilated with anti-Trump messages.
Yeah.
And like I saw that headline and I thought, wow, I mean, damn, that's really fucked up. I hope they catch the person. That's horrible. And then a few days later, the woman staged her brutal attack using a scarification artist to fake injuries. And oh man,
she said a Hispanic woman kidnapped her. Oh my god. Was this recently? No, I think it was like 2021 or something.
Was it? No, wait. This is July of this year.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
No way. That was okay.
What's her? Hold on, what's her name? Natalie Green. That's her name. So Natalie Green, 26, allegedly tied her own limbs with zip ties in the woods with the help of an accomplice and wrote the words "Trump
and
whore" on her chest.
Here's the gold. Here they found in her phone this Google search "zip ties near me," and they found matching zip ties in her trunk.
Bro. That's some like Casey Anthony type shit. I need a shovel. I need some bleach. Hey Google, how do I clean this? Hey, hypothetically speaking, if I unalive my own infant child, how would I hypothetically put it somewhere?
How to stage political violence for Barbie doll blonde. DIY 5 minutes. 5-minute tutorial.
Oh my god. Oh, I've got a really fucked up sense of humor, so now I'm picturing like one of those like hyper processed like TikTok overproduced tutorials on how to like cook like recipes and stuff. So, oh yeah, this is how you cook this.
All right. My headphones are dying, and I just realized that my other battery was not charging this whole time until just now, so we are about to lose sound. So I'm getting off. Chat, I love you. I will see y'all tomorrow. If y'all want a game with me, you better get on Final Fantasy and add me. But yeah, big kisses, chat. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Nemo.